So, last we left off, the crew of the Valiant, upon making their way over to the astral elf hidden society known as Quadranum, managed to land safely, albeit with some introductions from the Grand Luminary and a plentiful crowd of other onlookers, as they were possibly for the first time in their life seeing outsiders coming in. After a bit of discussion with the Grand Luminary between herself and Kayasaya, and upon having introductions to Kayasaya's sister, you all decided to stay with her sister for the remainder of the day and managed to go down to the Celestial District where she lives. Upon showing you guys around the marketplace where you've all done a bit of bartering and trade for various new and rare artifacts and items and for old ones, and you all seemingly garnered new business partner with one of the many marketplace owners there. Also, with Fugler requesting a box of preservation for his arm and other things for Bighorn as well with the same business partner. The day moved on. The night came to a close after Fugler fiddled around with his brand new star shard that he obtained upon trade. The new day is here. Fugler and Bayhorn have retrieved their items and have made their way back to the horrors of Kayasaya finishing up breakfast. So, Kayasaya, what did you make them?
She tried to make a big array of breakfasts, of biscuits with gravy, some pork belly that's just basically really, really, really thick cut bacon, some potatoes, eggs. And of course, there's coffee, and it's probably the only thing she got right. Yeah, that's what she made.
That sounds fucking amazing.
Please roll me a D100 to see how well you cooked.
Shit.
Fugler. It's you haven't even tasted it yet, but it smells like some of the best and most delicious breakfast you'll ever have in your life.
It should smell fire. Can I have some? Please. Please.
Since Kayasaya rolled a 100, if you do eat it, you don't have to roll. It is literally one of the best breakfasts you ever had.
Oh my god. Wacky.
Which is kind of funny because there's a big contrast between the messy plate of breakfast that she gave you and the mess that she's left behind and on her clothes. But it tastes just delicious.
Does it look like a bomb went off in the kitchen?
It looks like a bomb went off.
Like
a Waffle House had a bad day.
Kayasaya.
Yeah.
What happened in the kitchen? It should be fire, little.
And she's like taking a kitchen towel and tampering down a little tiny fire. Tried to cook. I hope it's edible.
It's better than edible. Did you use real meat?
Yes, considering that The family has access to real meat?
Thank God. Hold on. That sounds a lot more grimdark than I think it was meant to be. What do you mean has access to real meat? I heard those words.
Bella is like already like in the middle of cleaning. She just goes, well, we are fortunate enough with our family name and ranking that we are afforded ration cards for real
Food.
meat and vegetables.
Okay. And where are you on the pecking order, if I had to ask? I know your
Well,
mom is at like the tippity tip top, but where are you?
if I were to renounce my name and my husband's work, I would be a little bit near the bottom in terms of ranking and skill. That doesn't mean I'm utterly hopeless. It's just name carries a lot of weight here.
Mm-hmm.
Makes sense. That makes sense.
I've seen
And
some wonderful prodigies that are still stuck at the bottom of the food chain here. And they still have to go and eat synthetic and replicated resources.
I mean, it's better than nothing. I'm gonna be honest. It'll work in a pinch, but if that pinch lasts decades, no, that would wear on anybody.
Yeah,
Well, it's
try a few
lasted
hundred
more than
years.
yeah, I was gonna say.
But I know you said if you were announced your name. Where are you now? Somewhere middle of the road, a little higher than everybody else.
Somewhere middle of the road, just due to mother and husband.
Okay.
If I were to say, I would probably be a seeker, a blue cloak. If I were to announce my name, I would probably be dropped down to grays, the adepts.
What was the cloak of the lady in the magic shop that we were talking to?
White.
White? So, you'd be around a blue cloak, right?
Mm-hmm.
What are the whites?
They're the luminaries. They're a little higher ranking.
Powerful spellcasters, scholars. They don't even need to have grand magics behind them. They could just be skilled fighters or great infiltrators for the society.
I think the lady I was talking to has grand magics. I'm gonna be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's like I said, there's prodigies that I know of that are still in their black cloaks, which are the bottom of the barrel, so it's just it's a very unjust society that we have here. So people who should be deserving an astral counselor seat are somewhat stuck being a seeker or a grey cloak.
Tragic. And where do the Fugler looks at the door real quick? Secret police fall on that rank.
A little bit under the counselors, a little bit above the luminaries. The Nightblades or the Crimson Cloaks. They seem to have their own sets of rules and rankings because, to be honest, between them and us, it's like a whole nother society.
What I just consider them a bunch of peeping toms. I'm willing to bet they were watching me while I was sleeping.
They do watch the houses, but not inside, thankfully. As far as I know, Mother has told me that nobody's able to see inside of our home.
The higher stature you have with your name and rank, the less surveillance you have inside your own home.
Can I do something real quick, Adrian?
Yeah, what would you like to do?
Alright, so we're inside of her home, right?
Yes.
Fuck, I don't have equipped. I don't have it equipped. I was gonna cast Detect Magic. I want to know if
Oh.
there's like
It's a
scrying
brand new
magic in
day.
here.
Oh,
I want to know if there's scrying magic in here. I
Oh,
want to know if
scrying
somebody's
magic.
watching me. I want to know if
You-
somebody's like, the fucking lizard in that house.
If you want to cast Detect Magic, you could.
I don't have it equipped, is the thing.
If there's a new day, I'll allow you to change it up.
Hell
It's something new.
yes. Alright. Why did my known spells just go up? Did they add more spells to the D&D list?
They
I'm pretty
probably
sure they
probably.
did. Yeah, no, they did. There's 3 Revivifies now.
Oh my lord.
What's this about? Touch a creature, the creature with 1 hit point dies of old age, nor does it restore body parts. This spell can't revive a creature that has died of old age. What the hell is that? These are from the same book. I'm pretty sure have the same cast. And what that? Alright, let's look at the legacy one. The only difference is that one's from the player's handbook. I have command 3 times. Why are all of my spells 3 times?
I don't know.
That is really weird. I don't like it. Alright. So where's my detect magic spell? I'm going to... Which one should I do? Well, I don't need it right now, so I'm going to unequip locate object. And I'm going to re-equip detect magic. And after looking at my big book o... The title of the book is Big Book O Spells. Fugler is going to cast detect magic. And
Alright.
on a first level spell slot.
As you initiate this magical pulse around you, you get to sense, like, have you ever had like static, like you know, like if your foot fell asleep and it feels like that weird static?
Oh, it feels like the million bees stinging me or
Yeah,
something like that.
like you just sense that everywhere, and it's a little bit tough to pinpoint anything specific. Roll me a perception check.
11, 12 actually.
12? Okay. Through the cloud of like this fog that you're now going through, you do notice that on the top right corner where the stairwell ends to the top second floor, you see a little ball of surveillance magic, of divination.
Hi, Saya.
Mhm.
I've found something that's watching us. Do you think it would be a proper power move to go and wave at?
Uh, if you want to pull that, um, it might not end very well. It's best to just leave it.
Define not end very well. What will they do to me if they discovered I found their magics?
Probably what they would do to me.
What is that?
Imprisonment,
Oh,
torture,
well.
mind control.
No, that's more of what I was expecting. I was expecting torture and or scalp and or skin. Okay. That's fair. For looking at a magical surveillance orb that's in our host's home? Kind of a lot for that. Is that true? Fukler's asking Kaya, Saya's sister.
Well, it's a very rare occasion. I'd assume they would do anything to keep an eye on us or you, because, well, it has been over 30 years since my sister has been here. And to have 2 new visitors, technically 3 with Chakna, come about and walk around our marketplaces and everything, I think that might be true.
It's a little fucked up. I mean,
As-
I wore the collar and everything, dude.
As pristine our roads are, as clean water and food that manages to go into our bellies, this place is tainted with all sorts of stains.
On top of that, they would want to know if we pose a risk to everything.
Oh, and we probably would.
Mm-hmm. And they're
Would.
probably curious as to what we're doing and what information
I mean,
we
no.
have.
Fugler looking around. I mean, no, we wouldn't. We no, no, the threat to ever. No, never. We should leave soon.
With the last bits of detect magic going off, you notice that orb is no longer there.
Clever. And
Mhm.
Fugler takes a bite of pork belly. You're a clever bastard. I didn't know the detection orb can move.
Mm-hmm.
You got some weird magic innovators here.
You have to get creative when you're isolated with essentially nothing.
But why do that to yourselves? That's my question. We all know how it, quote unquote, got up here, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we don't know how the moon happened, but we know how it started floating, right?
Well, yes, we were literally there.
Yeah. So my question is, why not sit back down?
That's the plan.
Huh? With or without the moon?
That is details that only the Grand Luminary know.
Fucking call your mom.
But here's the thing: is the
Oh.
long-term goal of the city is to, and I quote, reconquer Erisire.
Reconquer Erisire?
Mhm.
Should we be saying those words while we're being watched?
It's taught in schools.
Okay, never mind. Should I be saying those words since I am, a guest?
I mean, if you wish to join their covenant and you want to give gratitude and servitude to them, they'd be happy to have a strong, powerful paladin.
Mhm.
I mean, as much as I love this place, I feel like the higher ups couldn't help but look down on me. That's not something I want to
That's right,
destitute myself to.
They look down on everybody, even their own
Exactly. Exactly. Do you think I want to deal with people who even think that their own people are lesser than them? It's just fucking insane. Then again, that's a bit hypocritical coming from me. Dragonborn society isn't the most peaceful. I don't want to go into that though. But there's a very differing upper class and lower class here. It's pretty obvious. And it looks like the gap between them is fucking staggering.
Don't forget the
is.
secret society.
Is the secret society the upper class of the upper class?
No, it's the secret police.
Well, yeah.
They have their
So
own society.
they do?
Mm-hmm.
I hope they shit on the upper class. That'd be really funny. They have a bar somewhere where they can say whatever they want and they're not being watched.
As far as we, the public, are aware they exist, but we do not know who they are.
I mean, isn't that the point of the cloaks?
In a way.
Like, not know who anybody is?
Well, the cloaks are also your ranking.
Well, yeah.
But no, the point of them is your neighbor could be part of them, and they could be reported on you. You are trying to, say, start a rebellion. Or you go on a mission off the city and into, say, Erisire or the Radiant Citadel or elsewhere, and you come back. And because you've experienced the outside world, you'll most likely have eyes on you to make sure you don't bring and influence radical ideas here.
So, you know what? I'm not even going to pose that question. There are too many. There are too many people who would probably immediately shoot me if I asked that.
Ask away.
So, if I was to propose a rebellion, see what I mean? I probably have a target on my head now that I've asked.
You have a target on your head because A, you're here and you're not from here, and B, you are part of my crew.
Well, yeah, but so against the purple people that are following us, do you think the Grand Mages here have a stiff chance? If you had to guess.
The chance at a rebellion?
No, the purple people fighting.
Oh, I don't know. But
You don't know?
I don't know because I'm not sure of the extent of their power. I know that they are very powerful. I mean,
Powerful ass bastards.
they're
Who
Strixhaven
says scratching his
bloodhounds.
chest?
They're the Strixhaven bloodhounds. Quite literally. They go out and do the very dirty work for them. Which means they have to be the best of the best. But ironically, the interesting side of Wajidum is everyone here is militarily trained on how to fight. The whole city itself is an army. An army that's been prepping to invade an entire planet.
Mm.
So that'll be an interesting fight, especially depending on the number that they send in. They send one or
What you're
two,
saying,
easy peasy. They would have to send a
boy.
large enough force to even take the city. But on top of that, there's secrets of the city that not even I know.
So what you're saying is that your mom and Queen Aqua are gonna have to fight at some point, or do they have a treaty?
I have no idea. And that's going to be one of my first questions as to what's going on, because they're out in the astral scene dealing with what sounds like an invasion of a new army for the architect.
The
warp.
It's the warp. God, Emperor, save us. Yeah, I know. The fucking shit she was describing is really weird. I've never heard of anything like that before.
Same.
It's got me really curious, I'm gonna be honest.
Same here. But perhaps at this moment it is a stalemate and a silent truce because the enemy of my enemy is my friend rings true no matter on what world you're on. Another point is, I think you've seen with some of the shopkeepers, they themselves are tired of the system we have here. Perhaps change is closer than we think.
Maybe. So what are we waiting on now?
Well, we have 2 days until Queen Aqua and my mother return from wherever they are in the Austral Sea.
Mm.
Once she's back, Queen Aqua has allowed us access back to Baffer, but we can't land the ship there. We have to land it outside and bottle it.
Mm.
But we will be allowed access upon her return.
Okay. So I have 2 days to waste.
Yeah. And
Understood.
before you go about the reason we need your box, I was thinking of something that could be both hopefully relaxing and yet enlightening.
I'm not doing your kooky meditation thingy again. That brought back harmful memories.
Not that. Besides, I cannot technically show you that. So,
What do you
especially
mean
since
by that?
we don't share a lot of our customs to outsiders unless you
Okay,
get
so you're not
integrated
allowed to
into
do
the
that here.
society.
So you're not allowed to do that here. Okay.
But, Bella, I know the Grand Luminary said I, with your escorting, have access to the Twilight Garden. Do you think we all could go?
I think that could be arranged.
I think a walk and a soak in the Twilight Gardens would do everyone a little good.
All right. Well, everybody finish up your breakfast. And we'll take care of whatever else needs to be done for today. By the way, Fukler, what are you going to do with that box again?
I think this would be best explained perhaps when we go give you the tour of the ship.
And when we go to the tour of the ship, Finnegan is gonna help me again.
Good lord.
That man probably has trauma for when I did my eye.
All right. And you, Bayhorn, what did you get from the shop?
I got this magic cloak. I'm gonna have my cloak eat.
What? Huh?
Rowan, say hi, and he'll hold out his hand.
As you hold out your hand, you see Rowan's inky web-like design start to like filter over to your hand as well. And she just kind of looks at it. She like holds her hand up to her chest a little bit, kind of like taken aback, and she just goes, "That's odd. Hello?
It's a living web. I don't know if you've heard of it or not.
I've heard of the term, but I didn't think they existed." They seem to be very, how should I say it, dormant creatures. They're not really supposed to be out and about.
Mm, it's not that they're dormant. It's just they're really good at hiding.
All right.
This one hid on me, coexisting with me for months before I figured out that he was with me.
Kind of like shivers a bit. Oh, hope there's something here then. Okay, well then. Good luck to your cloak. And then you see that Rowan's like inky black tendrils start to like shift her back into your backside again.
He's going into your ass.
Get cloak.
Well, where would you like to go first? The back to the ship, or would you like to go to the Twilight Gardens?
Let's go to the gardens first.
Yeah, no, let's go to the gardens first.
All right. Well, if you'd like, you can leave your box here and any other personal items that you wish to stay safe. I don't believe anybody would be coming into this household. And besides, we have our new golem friend. I'm pretty sure they'll take care of it. Anyways, hurry up with breakfast. Put on your cloaks and your collars before we head out.
Okay.
As you guys finish up your breakfast, your small talk, and putting stuff onto your body and or leaving stuff here for safekeeping, make your way and you put on your cloaks and your collars that deactivate your magic for the time being. As you all step outside, you notice that the golem is like not only now guarding, he's actually like plucking offset leaves from the bush. He's trying to make it look prettier. And the golem just turns around, looks at you, just goes, brr, brr.
You're doing a great job, little fella. Make sure not to kill any wildlife.
He just holds up his fist for you, like a thumbs up.
Awesome.
At this point in time, Fabella takes you back into one of the edges of the housing district that you're in that is leads to another mirror. A mirror that you see beyond it is the grand staircase, and you see all sorts of figures starting to walk around it. But before she lets you step in, she takes her finger and she like starts to wiggle like a weird symbol on the front of it, and you notice that the mirror like wobbles and shifts over to what seems to be an open airspace. This grandiose looking area that let's see here. That kind of looks like it shouldn't be in or on a moon. Like you see all sorts of fauna, plants that are roaming around. You see rabbits, deer that are just like walking and like hopping and prancing around. You see several different blue cloaks, some white cloak figures are like bent over and plucking things and putting them into baskets. As it solidifies, she just goes and looks at all of you and says, "Well, step in and welcome to the Twilight Garden."
Isaiah goes first.
You hop in first.
You guys following?
Yes.
As you all jump in,
Yeah, I'm following.
you step into what seems to be this like fresh grass. You start to breathe in the air, and it's very pungent with all sorts of like different floral and earthy smells. You see all sorts of botanists and other scholars that are currently working around you as they all kind of like look their like they all point their masked faces over to you to see who's coming through the mirror, and then they look at you. They give you nods. Some of them don't. They just go back to their work, but they acknowledge your presence. Go ahead and who has proficiency in nature?
Who has
Chakna!
proficiency in what?
Nature.
Yeah, proficiency in nature.
See, no nature for you. Okay. Bayhorn does not have it. Chakna has it, you said?
Yeah.
So then Chakna could roll for it.
23.
Chakna, as he's currently looking over all the rare plants in the flora, he states here. Sorry.
What did he roll? 23. Goddamn.
Yeah, 23. I'm looking up my list for stuff. He starts to look around and he states, "That's odd. They have Stardew vines and lunar orchids here as well. These weren't here the last time I was here, right?" He then starts to walk over to like one of these like patches of where you see like you see like a bushel of flowers that are all of the petals are like very silver and they have like these faint glows. It emits this like a soft, like soothing type of like fragrance that you can smell even from your distance. And he just starts to study it. And you see as he like takes a look at it, he rubs his finger along one of the petals and he just takes it by the root and he cuts it with a knife, making a clean cut, and then he puts some of it away inside of one of his alchemy bags. I'm definitely going to take these for later. I'll probably brew something up out of it. Bella looks over at all of you and she says, "Well, welcome to the Twilight Garden. Sister, you said you wanted to go take a dip?"
Yeah, I did. I think we all
Alright.
could use one.
Be careful of the living walls and try not to step in anything as best as you can. And then she goes and walks off. She is going to take you guys over to someplace called the Dream Spring.
Ooh.
As she's currently walking with you guys, as other will notice your presence, she starts to say, "One of my sister's favorite places to be at when she was still here is this place called the Dream Spring. Near the heart of the Twilight Garden, as we're passing along. It serves as a well of dreams, visions, and arcane power. Or sometimes she would just use it as a very nice bathtub."
Wild.
Mostly that.
Many visitors come to the spring to seek answers, guidance, or take glimpses into other planes of existence, for fun or for study. As you guys are continuing past, the fauna in the area starts to change a little bit. Instead of just open flower beds and vines aplenty, you start to like enter in what looks to be more of a bamboo and yew wooded area. And you start to hear the flowing of like rushing water, and you start to see like more cracked like rock formations are appearing ahead of you, and you can feel that the air is starting to get noticeably more warmer as you guys are walking past. Can everybody roll me a perception check?
Do I get advantage?
Yeah.
Boop 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 boop. Womp womp.
Yes, I am. Bay horror. Okay. Chakna. So Chakna didn't see it. Kukler didn't see it, but Kaiosai and Bay horror. As you guys are currently walking through this bamboo and yew wood type of structures, quickly and suddenly you see what seems to be like a very large but very agile creature like rush past like the group of you about like 60 feet away from you to your left through the bamboo, and it is gone afterwards. It seems like there's like a creature that is currently like running around within this area.
I don't see him.
Could I tell what kind of creature it was?
You could tell that it seemed like an overgrown salamander.
Hmm. Hmm.
Bella is like kind of like leans her head over to you guys as she's walking forward. She's like, "Did you see it?"
I did? What was that?
Well, in the last 30 years, we have procured a new source of heat for the springs. They straddled along one of our researchers' saddlebags, and they came along for the journey back here, and it was let loose, and now it is claimed this area as its home. It is friendly, as far as we can tell.
Well, that seems a
But,
little risque.
I mean, it does wonders for the water, and it also makes sure that other predators that we bring back for research or study doesn't get too overbearing for the wildlife and the human and the population here.
Hmm.
As you guys walk like another 15 minutes ahead, eventually you start to see these circular formations of like these natural hot spring baths, and you start to like walk into this open area that has like buckets and towels aplenty just sprawn around, and a cracked rock that is like flowing down with a waterfall. And as you are currently like walking up to it, you see well, you don't really see it at first. You hear the rustling of like rocks and leaves as you see this oversized salamander, probably 20 by 20 feet big, like just start to perch its head and its body underneath this waterfall. And you see like a big burst of steam just start to like formulate around it as now it's like heating up the natural area. You see the salamander is kind of like looking at you with its big beady eyes. It kind of like tilts its head like to the side and it looks at you. It has no hostile, like you don't sense or feel any hostileness from it.
Blizzard.
Fubella kind of just looks around. She says, "Welcome to the Dream Springs. A little bit of renovation over the last 30 or so years. Um,
I haven't noticed.
yes. Initially, as you remember, sister, it was more of like a giant pool of water where everybody can congregate and meditate or do their studies here. But due to the fact that this salamander hitched a ride and has now made this place its home, we had to renovate around it. So that up there, where you see, and she kind of like looks, she points towards over its perched at. It likes to stay there and allow its body heat to nourish the waters with natural heat, and it does keep the place pretty safe from other fauna that we bring in. The head botanist, Lysandra, she wanted to cater to the creature. I think she has a soft spot for it. I mean, it's honestly in her nature. She is very kind to animals, more so than to people. And the plants as well. So she did some renovation. It cost her her own rations and her own time, but the council deemed it a necessary choice for her own, I guess you can say, mental fortitude, keep the people happy and such. But anyways, the pools aren't separated by gender, so you can just jump in anywhere that you'd like. However, don't make much of a fuss. There is still protections here in place, and do not agitate the salamander. We don't even have a name for it, but people who have agitated it before have been hurt. So, be careful.
Well then. Everyone, welcome to the pools. I will say your soak and relaxation here will be eye-opening in some cases. And Kaisai is gonna set off to the private changing area and change into a bathing suit.
Okay. Fakna kind of turns his head over to you, Bayhorn and Fugler. Are you guys going to take a dip as well? Or are you guys going to just relax for a little bit?
Was planning on it. Didn't bring a bathing suit. Tragic.
There's customary bathing cloaks that you can take apart and use, but as far as I know. What about you, Bayhorn? Are you going to take a dip?
Potentially.
Well, I'm gonna go get changed. So, you can follow me to the men's room, to the private changing area, if you'd wish.
Do they have the customary cloaks in there?
They should, as far as I remember.
Alright, bet. Fugler's gonna follow Chuck now.
Alright. Bayhorn, are you gonna follow suit?
Yeah, I'll look around while following.
What are you gonna look around for?
Just in general.
Okay, roll me a perception check.
But 22.
22. As you are all following Chakna to the private changing area, with your 22, you kind of look around at the cragged rock that you guys are passing by. And as you pass by some bit of rock formation, you couldn't help but notice that one of the rocks start to shift a little bit. As you think there was a movement in the steam.
Odd. I'll make a mental note to go and look at that.
Okay. But as he takes you over to the private changing areas, you do notice that within this hut that they have on the side, it looks like very traditional wooden bathing hut area. You see there's a bench in the middle, and on the sides there's these open cupboards that have all sorts of material. You see towels, buckets, You see scrubs, and you see all sorts of cloaks that are available for those who do not have their own bathing suits available towards them. And you see Chakna grab 2 of them for both you, Fugler, and 1 for you, Bayhorn. Well, if you're gonna take a dip, you better put these on. Try to be a little bit decent in the springs, you know.
Yep.
Are you gonna use the springs for relaxation or use? As he starts to change into his own bathing suit.
What do you mean?
Well, as far as Kayasai has told me, these springs, they definitely have some magical properties. You can take a dip, relax, and enjoy yourselves and feel refreshed afterwards, but if you start to focus on it or drink from it, you could potentially reveal hidden knowledges, take a peer and look into different planes of existence. That's at least what she told me. I'm pretty sure there's other things you could do with these waters, but of course, since I was never really allowed here without too much permission, I couldn't really try.
Magic water.
Magic water.
Magic water.
Magic water.
All right. I'm gonna relax in them, but if there's any adverse properties, who's to say I won't try and use them?
Adverse properties, I'm not exactly sure there's anything bad that'll happen to you. Besides maybe red skin, but your scales should be fine.
If this dies my skills, I am not going to. You guys aren't going to hear the end of it.
Don't worry, buddy. I'll laugh at you.
All right.
As you guys all change into your complimentary bathing cloaks. You notice that they're, very comfortable, cotton based. They're seem to be made out of some sort of like water resistant material so that when you soak yourselves and when you leave, you don't leave behind a soaking mess everywhere when you walk around. You take whatever other materials you need, buckets, scrubs, and you start walking your way back. And as you walk your way back, Kaisai, are you already finished and waiting for them?
Oh yeah, no, she's literally already sitting in one of the pools, tiny
You
cloth
find
on her
Kaisai
head,
yeah,
just
already sitting
chilling.
down. She's already like relaxing in one of the many pools here.
She's slacking.
She's slacking. You go to the spring, and you see the spring is roughly about like 30 feet in diameter. You see that it's covered in like smooth, whiter stones that is lining the edges. The water appears to be shallow a bit, but it's odd because even though Kaisai isn't the tallest creature, she's already neck deep inside, so it shouldn't be too shallow. And you see that the one that she chose up above, you see like a canopy of leaves that are like currently giving her some slight shade from it seems like artificial sunlight, because as you guys look up, you notice that the sky is blue and you see clouds, but you don't see actual sun.
Weird.
Would you like to dip in?
The hammer is coming with me in the bath.
Okay. Always carry that thing on me.
Exactly. It's gonna sit on the edge of the bath while I sit in the bath.
All right. As you go ahead and take a seat in the bath, since this is your first time entering the bath, Fugler, Wait 1 second. Ba-ba-da-ba-da. Do-do-do-do-do. 1 second here.
Wix gives you the power of AI to
Oh,
build
Oh
the
no!
website you need.
oh no, an advertisement.
Business functionality, and it is
Bubbles.
Myrrh. Pukler, as you start to take a dip into the bath, you notice that it's extremely warm and welcoming and inviting. However, there's something that tickles in the back of your mind as you're starting to seep your knees and your legs inside. Pukler, I need you to tell me. How deep are your desires?
Excuse me? Pretty deep. I mean, like, depends on what you're asking about.
How deep are your thoughts and desires, Pukler?
I don't know exactly what metric to go by, but pretty deep. I mean,
As you take a few more steps in, you're starting to realize you're kind of breaking the physical, like, manifestation of what you see, because when you look into the pool, it looks shallow. Like maybe half of your body can fit in it, maybe. But you keep stepping in, and you keep stepping in further and further, up until the point where like you're starting to get in there and you're like your chin is starting to hit the water and you feel like you could still go down under.
hey, Chakna, how deep is this pool?
Um, well, so I think you'd rather explain this?
Well, I think the best way to put it would be what my teacher once told me about these pools. They're as deep, and the depth goes as far as your own desires do.
Damn, so I'm so deep I could drown in me. Help! Help! Fuku's gonna
Chakna,
back up.
Chakna reaches in and helps you, like lifts you up. You're like under your arm, pulls you out a little bit.
Gracias. I'm going to sit on the edge of the pool, so, I don't fall into the
Yeah.
pool.
You do see like there's an edge seating, but as soon as you sit down, it like reaches all the way to your chest, which is kind of like it's kind of odd that this like physical thing is like reacting to you specifically.
Weird. I like it. Don't
Just,
I didn't say I didn't like it.
just sit in and sit down and just lean your head back and relax. If the pool desires to show you something, it'll show you. If it senses all you need is relaxation, it'll do just that.
Alright. I'm gonna try and relax in the pool.
Bayhorn, are you going to step in?
Sure.
Now I need you to tell me, how deep is your thoughts and desires?
Like in general?
For Bayhorn, at least.
Well, Bayhorn doesn't know what he wants to do with his life still, because he doesn't know who he was in life, so I guess like a medium.
As soon as you start like to step in, and you kind of like reach past a little bit of the point where Fukler was at, you start to make your way into the middle, and the water stops at just above your belly button. Like you're standing straight in the middle of the pool, and you're not going any deeper.
Fukler's just short.
Fukler's just short.
I
Fukler's
swear to
not
God, if he's
short.
able to walk on the water, it would be so funny.
You do notice, however, on the opposite side where Fabella is sitting, the water barely like reaches past her legs.
I feel like it would be rude to comment on it. But fuck it. Fabella,
Yes?
is she sitting on the edge or is she in the pool?
She's sitting on the edge.
Okay. How far down does the pool go for you?
Well, not too far, I guess I could say. I know these pools react to dreams and desires, but even though I do have dreams and I do have desires, I guess the pool doesn't indicate that they're that deep or grandiose. But it's fine.
If you want a good example of this, Fukler, Fabella, come sit next to me.
Where's Finnegan?
He's on the ship.
On the ship.
I'm sure. Yeah, no. I'm saying if he was here, I probably could drown where he was. Homie has a lot of ambitions.
You see Fabella starts to like get closer to you and starts to sit next to you, Kaisaya. And it's a little bit awkward because even though the water goes up to your neck, for her, the water barely reaches up past her legs.
And this is a bigger example of these waters, Fukler. And Kaisai will take a deep breath and then submerge.
As she submerges, Kaisaya starts to head deeper down. And about 5 to 10 seconds later, you can't even see Kaisai anymore.
As she comes up, she's gonna tickle the bottom of Fukler's foot.
Fukler, you feel a tickling on your foot. Fukler?
Huh?
You feel a tickling on your foot.
Who's tickling my foot?
Kaisai.
Why?
I'm submerged. You can't see me. I'm so deep.
You're down?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Goofy lady. Shaka, your wife has a lot of ambitions.
She does. It is true. And you see that he steps in, and you see that the water goes like immediately up to his chest.
I guess you do too.
I mean, I was about to get submerged, but I was like, I don't want to go all the way down.
Fair enough.
Kaisai will surface.
What happens if you do submerge?
Fabella like speaks up for you. Well, if you do submerge within the dream spring, a couple things can happen. You could fall asleep within, and the waters won't drown you because of their magical properties. You'll fall asleep, and you'll enter in what we like to call the dream plane.
Oh.
You can step in for a limited time. It usually lasts about an hour. However, in the dreaming, the fluid and the world within feels much longer. So, an hour for us could be potentially a week for anybody who's within.
Sometimes
That's
longer,
why
and
it's
sometimes shorter.
that's why it's very regulated, and it's very unpredictable and more of at your own risk. We've heard of stories and tales where a man slept within these waters for 72 hours straight, physically. And when he awoke, he didn't know who he was. Didn't realize he had a family. Didn't realize what he was doing. Eventually, he got his memory back, and he told us that he was in, I guess you could say, another life. He had adventures, slept with many women, men, had family of his own in the other plane, and he said he was there for about 1,000 years.
What the
These
fuck?
waters are very regulated and very dangerous if you don't know how to use them correctly.
So, all I have to do to spend a week in this water is go under it?
Your desires and dreams are deep enough.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Vukler's feet can't touch the bottom, right?
You don't feel a bottom. You feel like a slanted slope that you can walk on, and it feels like you could continue to walk down, but you can't touch the bottom per se, like flat.
I got you. Alright, Fukler's gonna try and stand up from the seat he's sitting in and walk down into the water.
Okay. As you start to walk down within the water, eventually your head starts to like push through, and you feel like it's not normal water; it's more thicker. And eventually, all
Jelly.
you see around you is just darkness. And you see your compatriots' feet and their legs as they're like wadding above you as you keep going down. But you continue to walk, and you continue to go further down below. How far do you wish to go?
Fuck if I know. I'm gonna see if there's a bottom. I've been to the in real life I've been to the bottom of like 13-foot pools before, and it's definitely an experience. Everybody should do it at some point, I think. Go to the bottom of pools and stuff like that. It's
Yeah.
relaxing. You can't really hear anything, and it's kind of nice.
As you continue to walk forward down, you look up and you notice that your friend's feet and legs are gone. Kaisaya, Bayhorn, you both look downwards and you can't see Fugler at all.
Everyone's face down, snoozing in the pool.
He's already sleeping. However, Fugler, as you continue to go down, eventually the blackness starts to subside, and you see what looks to be patchworks of different environments around you. At one moment, you're walking through a green corn plain field. Kind of reminds me of the plain fields that you walked along when you started this journey with Kaisai and Bayhorn when you first got to Erisire. You see a sunlit meadow as you're walking past. You see a giant tower on the very edge. And suddenly, you turn around and you see like an endless starry sea, and you see like the landscapes are starting to shift fluidly and sometimes almost instantaneously around you. They are vibrant, exaggerated colors, textures, and sounds that are more intense than you've ever seen in real life. You see a mountain start to grow farther ahead of you that rises high into the sky, higher than any mountain that you've ever seen. Um, you take another step and you are now over a giant cliff face, and you see a forest that is just stretching infinitely out into the horizon line. And then suddenly those trees start to deprecate and disappear into like a flock of ravens and birds alike as they fly through the sky. It's just a cacophony of all sorts of landscapes of what you would think a visual dream would look like.
A visual dream?
Yes.
I shouldn't be here. I was knowing what my dreams are like, I really shouldn't be here.
As you currently like looking around and you turn around and they have that thought in your head of they shouldn't be here. The next moment you turn around, you see a giant wall of flesh.
Oh, god damn it. Oh, no. If I try to back up, what is... Let's try to scooch it back. Let's try to put it in reverse.
As you scooch back, you feel another mass of like wet flesh disappear behind you.
Oh, fuck. I knew something like this was happening. Oh, God, no. Oh, no.
You turn around as you're like looking behind you, and you see like as you push off the wall, you just hear all sorts of slopping and just a bunch of blood and flesh just fall off the wall.
So it's not even put together well. Am I gonna have to dig through this wall of flesh to go back up?
You're not too sure. You even look up and you don't even see like anything above you. It's just infinite darkness, and just you look around you, it's just everything. This landscape is made out of flesh, bone, sinew, and all this other like weird ichor that is flowing off the walls.
Let's try to calm down. Let's try to calm down. Drowning isn't a good option. Inner peace. Inner peace.
As you're starting to try to meditate, roll me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, fucking hell. Baba Booey. 24. Thank you, dice.
With the 24, as you're starting to breathe in and start to meditate, inner peace, inner peace. Suddenly you see an oversized bubbles just start to float past you, and just you see his big beady eye just looks at you. And he just continues floating along.
Like big bubbles? Huge
big
bubbles?
Huge
bubbles. God. Is this like the Rango dream? Like the giant toy fish that goes, "You've made mistakes, mi amor." And he just fucking starts drowning. Oh my god, dude. Alright. So am I currently in a box of flesh?
The box of flesh isn't more, say, a box, and more of like an unending, sprawling scape of just flesh that you can see that goes on and stretches far beyond your vision.
Oh, that's lovely. So it's a box of flesh that just keeps going, or it's walls of flesh that keep going beyond my vision.
Mm-hmm.
That's wonderful. That's truly wonderful.
As you're currently looking around, you hear a gasp as you notice, like, beyond your vision starts to, like, how should I say this? You start to see like a formation of what seems to be like particles are starting to form, almost akin like what a ghost figure would look like. Before suddenly, you see what looks to be, how should I say? How they look like? Got it. You see what looks to be this person. Half of their face is fully covered in white, and the other half of their face is more of like a dull gray. And you see that they have long purple hair, a choker collar for aesthetic reasons, a purple bandana hanging off their neck, 2 leather patches on their sides for shoulder guards, and just commoners' plainclothes. As they start to formulate and they start to like wade towards you like they're floating in like river water. And she says, "Hello, I've never expected to meet another being here. Who are you, and how did you get here?
You know, I wish I could tell you, but seeing as I'm currently in a pool that's a dream, that's also a nightmare. I'm gonna be real. I don't have a great explanation for that answer. I don't have a great answer for that.
Oh, well, I mean, is this your first foray into lucid?
Into what?
Lucid dreaming. Is this your first time trying? I'd understand why it would be kind of a fright for first timers.
Ukler is looking around, his eyes darting at the wall of flesh and being like, "Yeah, no, that's the reason I'm scared." Um, uh, I've tried lucid dreaming before. I've never really gotten it to work, but I guess going into a pool of dreams and aspirations would definitely do that.
Well, if that's what you call going to sleep, a pool of dreams and aspirations, then I guess you have succeeded in lucid dreaming.
What race is this lady?
This person?
Yes.
She looks human, although the white blotch on the left side of her face looks a little bit odd. Like it's not paint, it's not a tattoo. It looks more cosmetic damage for something in her life.
Okay. Miss Ma'am, I was in a society of what seems to be space elves, and they literally let me walk into a pool of dreams and aspirations. So, if you want to call this lucid dreaming, sure, it can be. But as far as I'm concerned, I just walked into a pool full of water that turned into a pit of flesh, and that wasn't cool. Then again, I saw bubbles, so that was also pretty cool.
Well,
Quite the conundrum.
it seems like you and I have entered this escape in far different ways. Since I most likely will never see you again in my life, my name is Jessica Shigoran. I am captain of the Viper's Kiss.
Right?
And at the moment, at the very least my physical form, just taking a nap on my ship. We're currently flying through the astral sea, and I do dabble in a bit of lucid dreaming so I can enter this plane of existence. Although I think I made a wrong turn and I entered into a nightmare rather than a dream.
Yeah, no. If you know the way out, that would be much appreciated. But currently, my name is Fukler. I am of the Valiant. I am a crewmate of the Valiant, and we are currently on a moon that's orbiting Erisire.
She kind of like tilts her head and she like looks over at you and she's like staring at you as soon as you said the word the Valiant. Roll me an insight check.
Oh God, this lady no Kaisaya. Insight. Natural 1.
You have no idea. She's like, really?
Nice.
The Valiant? Well, that seems like a very interesting name. It's a pleasure to meet you. I would shake your hand, but our corporeal forms are odd.
Well, if you said this is lucid dreaming, then whatever you believe can. So Fukler sticks out his hand.
She also does the same, and you see like a physical formation of her hand as well. You see that there's blotches of like white spots on her hand as well. And she reaches out, and do you wish to take her hand fully?
I mean, I'm gonna shake her hand at the very least, so yeah.
You both feel like this physical connection as you both take each other's hand. And as you take her hand, roll me an intelligence saving throw.
Oh, what? Why? 14.
14. I gotta roll for her.
Do I go completely dumb?
No.
Why the intelligence saving throw then?
She rolled lower than you. As you take her hand and she takes yours, you feel your mindscape just jump into her own mind, and you see bits and pieces of what she's seen. She owns a spelljammer. She's flying in the astral sea. She recently went through a battle of other space pirates, and she plundered their ship and left them adrift at sea.
Hmm.
And you see farther in as she see her reading this book, and she's taking notes. And you see on one of the note pages, she said it wrote down as the Valiant, and it has like 2 underline slash marks underneath the name.
Ugh. Oh shit. I'm
And
gonna
as
keep my
the both of you
composure.
kind of like compose back to each other, she's like, "It's nice to meet you, Fukla.
It's nice to meet you too.
Now, most likely we'll never see each other again. I bid you a farewell, and be careful dreaming. There's some far more twisted and other creatures than I that live here."
Oh boy.
As you hear like a screech coming out from the distance, almost sounds like a banshee wailing.
Yeah.
So there's one of them there.
I don't know about us not meeting again, but for now at least, I'll bid you a farewell.
Farewell. And as she kind of like turns and you see her corporeal form starts to like float off into the distance before suddenly it like starts to shimmer like a mirage and it just disappears.
Alright. Let's try to figure this place out. And Fugler's gonna imagine a nice, luscious field full of wheat and a bright landscape.
As you start to put in your meditations into place of this like bright, luscious field, this landscape.
She said it's lucid dreaming, so I can only imagine that if it is, I'm probably in control. Maybe. Partially. A little bit.
You start to see the landscape and the image in front of you start to shift into this like very sunset field of just green grass growing with multiple trees just placed about. And suddenly the change just happens instantly.
Peaceful. Strange lady. Probably another person had to kill us. Oh well. What can you do about that? Oh. Place is really weird. Dreams and aspirations, huh? Shit, I haven't really thought that far ahead. I mean, getting my soul back is a pretty good aspiration, but I don't think much of that can be accomplished here. For now, this feels more like a nice, sunny vacation. A rest well deserved. This is nice. And, Fugler doesn't have a chance of drowning here right now, does he?
No?
Thank goodness. Then he's gonna lean back and enjoy and bask in the sounds of, like, the forest and stuff.
Okay. As you take a lean back and take a bath and you bask into the sunlight, go back to the spring ambience.
We'd been outside and it had
Nice
been
wicks. Patented
cold,
chin
but
support
the sun
design.
was there, and then we came on.
Kaisai,
Mhm.
are you going to take part in any of the Dream Springs powers?
She will.
Okay. What would you like to do?
She will repeat all the steps that she did over the years that led her to the Valiant and to Chakna.
As you're currently relaxing, you tilt your head up a little bit and you start to just let your vision gaze into the water. What question or desire do you wish to focus on?
What her family will look like in the future.
Okay. Hmm. Roll me a D100.
65.
65. As you take a glimpse into the dream spring, you start to see what seems to be a beach and a table. There's dragon chests on that table. You see a small child playing with you. Child doesn't look familiar at all, although oddly similar. After a couple rounds of playing, you don't hear anything, you just see this vision. They start to scratch their head in either confusion or infuriation that the game is not going in their favor. Or suddenly she starts to smile and say something to you as she rushes off as another figure is passing over the hillside. 2 figures specifically. One of them is Chakna, a little bit older, more battle scars on his arms and his face than usual. And next to him is about a 9-10 foot tall white dragonborn, riddled with battle wounds, bandages, scars on his face, an eye patch, and a mechanical arm. Then a oversized, overzealous skull hammered on his side pouch, hanging off of him.
Mechanical.
As you see the little girl starts to like bounce and be happy around that Chakna, and this seems to be like an elderly but also slightly disfigured Fukler is now here. And then your vision starts to flash back to the present day.
Elderly.
You do know that the dream plane, the water, will show you possibilities, not truths or, how you say, 100%. Speaking of Fukler, he's not back yet. It's been almost 30 minutes.
Mm.
Bayhorn,
Yes.
are you still snoozing face down in the water?
Yes.
Alright, roll me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh man. A 17 Am I nearby, Fugler?
Fugler is technically not nearby you at all.
Okay, then 17.
As you're currently face down into the water, knowing that you can't drown in it, you're still breathing it in, technically drinking from the drink spring. So for the hour, you fell into a deep sleep. You have flashes of potentiality, futures, past, present, and other possibilities that you didn't really think of. If there's any desires or thoughts in your head right now, Bray, what are they?
Living the happy life with Isolde and my parents after making myself whole.
You start to dream in this vivid farmhouse. Currently look around and you realize this is your home. The home that you saw your mother and father in. You see your mother's old chair, withered. There's a plate of snacks next to it. You don't see her. You don't see your father. You turn around and you see Isolde in a sunflower dress, currently overlooking the cornfield. You see a few dogs running around. You can't see Isolde's face perfectly as her back is turned towards you. However, you see out into the distance, you see two people. One looks to be a man, one looks to be a woman. As they're both waving their hands up into the sky, and you look up and you see the Valiant is now flying out into the atmosphere. You look on your body, you look at your hands. Your hands are covered in bandages. Seems like you've been through a battle recently. You look a little bit, your body and your armor looks a little bit more rough. You kind of scratch your chin and you have a little bit of hair on your chin now that seems like you went through a pretty stressful event recently. Look to your sides, you see your weapons are still there. Your cloak is still there, albeit it feels a little bit more heavier. And it's peaceful. It's serene almost, like you never want to leave. What are you gonna do?
Bayhorn is very uncomfortable how content he is, and so he's going to check his surroundings, not physically, but like on a subconscious or magical level.
Okay. Roll me an insight check.
Do I still get my reliable talent?
You do.
17.
17. Okay. This is a very vivid dream. This dream is revealing to you the future, in a way. At the very least, a potential one.
I'm gonna check my sword.
Take a look at your sword, sheath and all. The sheath is upgraded. The sheath looks pristine and polished. You pull your blade out, and it is covered in lightning marks and this cloud and snake-like filigree as that two-headed snake is now being drawn into your blade itself. This is not your blade. This is like an upgraded version.
I'm gonna check on Rowan.
You look at Rowan. How do you check on him?
I hold out my hand and mentally will him to appear, like his webs on it.
In the instant that you mentally will him onto your hand, his webs overtake your hand like a synthetic suit would. Although, instead of being pure black, you see little hints of starlight. You see bits and pieces of magical crystalline are also embedded within the web itself.
How far away is Isolde from the house from the spot that I'm at?
She's just across the street, probably like 10 feet away from your house. Albeit if you can call this a street, it's more like a dirt road, a path that leads into the city.
Bayhorn's just gonna make his way down to Isolde and what he believes to be his parents that are across the way.
You can see everything and feel everything. The sun is warm, the breeze is cool, makes you shiver and wish for less clothing on your back at the same time, as this dichotomy of different temperatures are hitting your skin. You pass Isolde and you take a quick look at her, and you can see that she's smiling, her eyes are bright. However, you notice her neck is slashed and it's covered in stitches. She looks at you, and you look over at her, and she just gives you a nod, and she hand gestures to you over to your parents, but she's not speaking.
Bayhorn will stop and kind of examine the stitches on her neck.
It's stitches that you've seen before. These stitch markings and the way that these stitches were placed kind of look like what Finnegan practiced and what he was taught. It seems like this neck slash was meant to be more of an execution, not a battle slash.
Bayhorn's gonna look at Isolde, troubled, and point to his neck, and then his mouth cocking his head to the side a little bit, as if inquiring.
She kind of looks at you and she touches her neck a little bit. She gives you a soft smile and a head tilt, and her shoulders kind of go up. Roll me an insight check.
My own wife. God damn it. That's another 17.
It's like she's telling you, don't worry about it. It is what it is.
After a little bit, he'll softly nod and turn back to his parents.
As you turn over to your parents, you notice that time seems to speed up a bit. Now, the sun has set, but the fields have been plowed. There's no more corn. There's only bits of dirt and very early instances of sprouts coming up. It seems like it's late winter at this point, and you don't see your parents there except for 2 gravestones at the edge of the hill. You look over at your house. Your house is expanded. You see some dogs that are much older. You see Isolde, a little bit older as well, on the same chair that your mother used to sit in. You look at your hands, and your hands are older and weathered. You don't have a sword on your hip anymore. You have a scythe for farming. You're kind of looking around, and you notice that more houses have started to appear near you. Seems like people have started to live out in the countryside due to population expansion.
Getting overwhelmed, Bayhorn's gonna walk mindlessly to the two gravestones at the edge of the hill and kind of just sink to his knees reading them.
They're old, they're weathered. They don't have a date on them. Their names are blurred and been marked off with the sands of time. But you know instinctually they're your parents.
You look around for some wildflowers that grow on the hill, pick a few that he might like, if there are any, and place them on his mother's grave.
Pick a few and you leave them there. Before suddenly you feel the turns of tides start to time starts to turn even more faster. And now you see a third gravestone with Isolde's name on it. Appeared next to your mother's. You look at your hands and your skin is nothing but bone and old man's skin. You don't hear any barking. There's no more dogs. You don't even have a scythe on you anymore. You're too old to work. You see what looks to be an older woman. Darker caramel skin. She kind of leans next to you, pats your shoulder a little bit. Uncle Bayhorn, I think it's time to get you inside.
Oh. Bayhorn's a dementia patient. That's tragic.
I didn't check this on the last time event, but Bayhorn's gonna mentally call out to both Rowan and his sword.
You feel the magical inkling of your sword and your Rowan, your partner. They're no longer in the same plane of existence as you are.
Oh, fuck.
You remember, you passed them down to your son, and now your son is going on adventures as well.
Bayhorn is going to move to Isolde's gravestone and kind of just sit against it and close his eyes, tilting his head up to the sky, and said, 5 more minutes, son. Let your uncle rest here for a little longer.
As you take a few breaths, as you look up, you start to see that the clouds and it starts to rain drop on top of you. Before suddenly your vision goes blank and you don't see yourself anymore. You see a group of people, the same colored, deep, dark caramel-skinned woman with white tunic and white clothing and a sword on her hip. You see 3 other adventurers that you've never seen before, but their vision and your mind's eye can't exactly perceive them for some weird way, are standing around an open grave as a casket's leaning in, and you can see on the gravestone is your name. And as you see the woman with the white tunic and the white clothing, she wipes off some tears and she gets a shovel and she starts to bury you. And time speeds up, and as you're buried fully, you wake up in the dream pool.
Advertisements. I guess Bayhorn will jolt awake, pulling his head out of the water from his face down floating position, and frantically look around and then back down at his hands.
Partner looks over you and says, "You alright?" Do you have a scare in the dream?
I think I just witnessed one of the good endings.
What do you mean?
I lived with my parents, Isolde, some dogs on my farmhouse. But I had to watch each one of them die. Of old age, natural causes, nothing bad, I assume. But I guess in that ending I get kids. I pass down my two most prized possessions to him, and he takes over the mantle of adventuring.
Greyhorn with the sun.
And something I can't figure out, something happens to Isolde. Like, it's like she was executed, but saved by what looks to have been Finnegan's work.
It's interesting. Well, these pools, they show you different situations, outcomes. At least that's what Kaisai told me.
Mm-hmm.
So don't take it fully to heart, but if you're happy with that outcome, then it's kind of odd to say, but look forward to it.
It's also strange seeing your, what I assume to be descendants burying you, as you're too weak to do anything of old age.
Your son buried you.
I don't know if it was my son, I didn't recognize them. But it seemed like that life was a peaceful one.
It seems like that's what the pool deemed your desires to be.
A peaceful, happy life.
Unfortunately, I fear in order to fight for that future, blood has to be spilled. So my work isn't over just yet.
We have a lot of work ahead of us, but you have something to look forward to now.
Adrian, in that dream, did I feel whole? My spirit, like,
I don't know, you Bayhorn, you tell me.
Beorn's gonna look at everybody and say, I'm gonna go step outside. You know, make his way back to the changing rooms.
You step back out, and you notice that you the cloak that you're wearing, this bathing cloak, it's definitely more than just the materials that are made out of it. It has magical properties where as soon as you stepped out, it's completely dry, and you're able to pat yourself dry off as you make your way over to the changing area. And as you make your way over, you see the salamander is just looking at you with its two big beady eyes, and it like sticks its tongue out at you, and you notice the tongue is on fire. And then he puts his tongue back in his mouth.
I wonder. Hang on. I want to see. Do I know what salamanders like to eat?
Roll me a
Bugs.
nature check.
A 15.
Worms, spiders, snails, crickets, beetles, mosquitoes, bugs. However, this is an oversized salamander, so his changes of dinner and cuisine might have changed.
Bugs.
Big bugs.
Well, I was gonna try and feed him something, but I don't think kobold rations have what salamanders like.
Mm.
And I don't have anything like that either. So, Leon will just give like a slight head nod and bow and continue on his way.
Okay. As you continue on your way, after you give it a bow, you make your way over to the changing room. And you notice that your clothes are all nicely put in a nice pile already for you. They're all folded up, and it seems like they've been cleaned.
I mean, Digite could have done that too, but I appreciate the hospitality this place offers.
As you get up and ready and changed. Fukler, at this point, you start to see that your vision for this very sunset, peaceful plain starts to fade away, and suddenly your body's starting to feel like it's rushing up to the top, as now you're starting to see your comrades' legs again.
Fukler is going to stretch his arms above his head and float to the top. So as he surfaces, he's gonna take a breath and say, "That was nice." It wasn't in the beginning, but the other 3/4 of it were relatively nice.
So
Shotgun kinda
3/4
chuckles a
of it
bit.
was nice?
The first
Happened
fourth
in-
was blood and gore and horrible dream. The other 3/4 were nature documentary.
I never heard of the dream
Also,
changing like that.
Captain, do you know Jessica Sherigan?
Do I recognize that name?
No, you do not.
Shakes her
I
head.
think she's a space pirate.
Jessica Shirogan.
Shirogan. She don't recognize it?
No,
Tragic.
I don't learn the names of the space pirates I've ever dealt with either.
Yeah, no. Apparently she has a vendetta against us, I'm pretty sure. I know she's a real person because she was talking about lucid dreaming. So at least I'm pretty sure.
Hmm.
And she headed out for the Valiant apparently. So keep an eye out for space pirates.
Oh, we'll always
She
have to do
recently
that.
plundered a ship and left them adrift.
How do you know if it's recent?
Well, I shook her hand and then I saw brain parts.
Mm.
Parts of her brain, parts of her mind, all that great stuff. I don't think she saw anything from me. Not anything too important anyways. But I saw a bunch of stuff I don't think she wanted to tell me about.
Well, if she's a space pirate and she's been around for a long time, she might have heard of the Valiant because whenever we come across a ship plundering another, we have tend to intervene. And not on the happy side with pirates, especially when we turn them in for piracy to the nearest local government. So There's a lot of pirates out there who probably don't like the ship.
Sorry, Mother was asking me questions. If she's a space pirate, I'm sure we'll run into her eventually whenever we go out to the deeper astral sea. But for now,
Yes.
that doesn't concern me. What did you guys see in the water?
Bayhorn apparently saw a happy ending to his life. He gets a
Damn.
son.
You get to have a son, lucky bastard.
He's
Bayhorn's
not even there.
there. You don't see Bayhorn, and he's not even stealth.
Oh, I thought he was like face down in shallow water.
Nah, he
Nah.
left for the changing room.
He was.
Lucky
Yeah.
bastard. He gets a son. Fucking. Well,
I
at
got a
least
nephew
he gets
as
to
well.
have a happy life.
If you want to know
I
if you
didn't get
have,
to see my life.
if you want to know, just go back on the water, but with the question in mind. You can ask the water questions.
I can. This is a silly thought, but I. How did your life turn out, Kayasaya?
Well, you stay a part of my life, it appears.
Huh. Neat.
Yes, which means you'll be an uncle.
Woo! Yeah, baby! That's what I've been looking for!
Although,
Woo!
I think you had a different hammer.
Come again?
Instead of your brick, you had it almost looked like a skull.
I mean, this thing's getting more and more fancy day by day. I don't know if you've seen it lately, but it's got skulls and gold all over it. So I wouldn't be surprised if it just turned into a big skull at some point.
True. You also had a mechanical arm.
If everything goes to plan, yeah, no, that's that sounds about right. Although I wouldn't mind keeping my old arm. Wonder what happened to it.
But
I'll find out eventually.
since you are still a part of our lives, I would bet money that Chalk Hair built you an arm. And knowing Chakna, if he builds you something, it'll have secret hidden things about it.
I like the sound of that. Thank you for the information, Captain. I'm gonna ask the water myself now. And Fukler goes back down under, keeping the question in his mind. What will his future look like?
As you lean in and you describe the question within your mind's eye for your question. You notice that you can see flashes, and it seems like the water is like swirling to show you two different possibilities. One possibility that you see. Currently, you see an elderly figure, and it's yourself. Your scales have turned gray, age. You still have a giant skull hammer next to you as you have a seat on the head of your clan's, I guess you could say, hierarchy. You went back to your family, albeit older, but you see new generations are now looking towards you for guidance, knowledge, and teaching. The flash continues as you see your clan has started to branch out into other worlds as they start to spread. spread your ways, your teachings, your knowledge. You see a beachside house as you are currently teleported to a magical circle out on the beachside, and who greets you there is an older-looking version of Chakna. He's holding what seems to be a metal arm for you, and he helps you install it right then and there. And it moves flawlessly with your thoughts. You start to walk along the beach, and you notice a small child. Chestnut caramel skin, white dress. As she rushes over to you, you don't hear anything. You just see that you, as an older individual, pick her up and spin her around as she's giving you a big hug. However, the vision shifts, and your mind eye goes a little bit deeper. You see nothing but purple lightning, electricity. Feathers of magic abound everywhere. You see giant rocky landscapes that are covering your vision and your senses of hearing. You are drifting in this unknown space. Your body is whole. Your spirit is broken. You see entities in the far vastness of space that are shifting. Your mind's eye zooms out a bit as a giant hand comes and collects you from this space, this astral sea that you're in. You notice that it is a giant version of the one known as Vecna from the cave that you see in your visions. You don't hear him speak. You feel a dreading, commanding presence as you see this other future vision of you. You take a knife and you start to dig into your left arm as you cut it off. And you take that same knife and you dig it into your eye and you cut that eye of Vecna out of your body. And you present it to this giant figure. You see the hand and the eye absorb into this giant's body. And a new hand and a new arm for Vecna grows as he gives you a dark, deep, grim-like stare. And a smile caresses his bone-dry skin on his face. And then, like an insect, he takes his hand, his newly grown form arm, and flicks you out into unknown astral sea space. And the vision is blurred and you're taken aback into the real world once again.
Am I still in a vision?
No, you're out.
I'm out?
Yep.
I thought there were 3.
Nope. Just
No,
two.
2? Just the 2? No 3?
No
Building
three.
your online business?
Weird.
Go to Wix.com and set up your
Well, the second one obviously isn't an option.
Chakna kind of looks at you and says, what did you see?
One looked like a life of contentment and happiness at the very end. I gave up the hammer, or I at least gave up part of the immortality of the hammer. Something like that. I don't know why I would, though. It's the strange reason. And the other part, well, looks like Vecna won in that one, and I really don't want to talk about it. Hmm. Then again, this isn't a pool on a moon, so dreams are dreams. While they may hold some filigree of truth, I don't think they're the most accurate depictions of the future.
Mm,
I do think there are definitely possibilities where I end up happy, and I do think there are possibilities where Vecna ends up winning. Though, I don't think those are the only outcomes. You know?
hmm It's
So,
odd. Never known a person to be multiple futures.
definitely weird.
Yeah. Perhaps because of that, and Kaiosai will wink the eye that you have with Vecna's eye.
Maybe Vecna's seeing his future too.
Mm-hmm.
I don't
Perhaps
think
he's
that's the case,
seeing
though.
perhaps he's seeing what he wants to see for his future, what he wishes to see.
Ooh, that's a good idea.
And you're seeing your future that you
Perhaps.
that you asked to see.
Then again, letting that old bastard live is not in the repertoire or good
Mm-mm.
ideas.
It's not, but think about it. You asked the water what exactly?
What my future looks like.
You asked what your future looks like.
Yes.
Perhaps he asked what will his victory look like through the eye at the same time.
Not a bad idea. Not a bad guess. Not a bad guess. And I'm sure if I had the arm, it would be only enhanced.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. Though, like I said, hmm, getting old.
What's so wrong with getting old?
I know, but that's the entire point of not having, or that's the entire point. That's that's
You
the
know,
antithesis of having that. And Fukler points at his hammer.
didn't Q say its maximum span is 5,000?
No, he didn't.
Q didn't say it was maximum 5,000 years?
No, he
Oh.
didn't. And if he did, he jibbed me out of a deal. And I'm gonna have problems. Me and him gonna have problems if yeah.
Well, were there other
Mm.
peoples within your future vision that you could base upon time for? Perhaps you lived a lot longer than you thought and you were just
You,
tired. Oh,
your kiddo,
hmm.
mayhaps.
How much older did
Hmm.
I look?
How much older did you look?
Yeah.
Did I ever get a glance of Kaiosaya?
You never did, but you did notice that Chakna, he is significantly older. Gray
Chakna's.
skin on his beard, a little bit gray on his hair as well.
You didn't get. Well, I didn't get to see you, but Chakna, on the other hand, good lord, man, you age like a fine wine.
Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it.
um, because of where his people live and all kinds of fun astral bee shenanigans, I like to say, China has about the same lifespan as I do. So if he looks much, much older, it could have been a couple hundred years, which is far longer than a typical dragonborn.
This is true. However, now that question's scratching at the back of my mind, but I'm too lazy to ask the pool again, and I'm getting wrinkles on my fingertips.
Mm. It is
Been in here
best.
for what, a couple hours now?
We've been in there for about like an hour and a half.
Yeah. So, I'm not gonna rely on the pool. I'm gonna rely on me, myself, and I.
Mm.
Pool knows a lot of things, I'm sure, but
Oh yes. I mean,
Pool's been stuck on the moon for a while. So,
the
I'm gonna rely on
pool
myself.
led to basically here right now.
What do you mean?
Before I initially left Erasire, a little over 200 years ago now, I was a luminary, a white cloak. I was pretty high up. I had worked hard on that too. And I essentially earned in my rank and my position and left. If I didn't leave, I would probably be quite literally underneath my mother in rank. I would have been a very high positioned person. But I gave it all up because, well, thanks to the pool, I've seen a future that I quite liked more. Also, another thing that I don't think you've thought of. Chaka and I met in a very unique situation. He was essentially the prisoner of my captain. And after the death of my captain, due to pirates, ironically, I gave him trust to help me defeat the captains and regain control of our ship. And don't you wonder why I trusted a man who was captured for war crimes and treasons on a couple of dozen planets?
The pool, I would guess.
Mm-hmm. The pool showed me him. Showed me that the crimes he's being charged with and the bounty on his head was therefore not of the actual crimes, but because he was interfering with a lot of wealthy people and helping those who needed the help. I knew he was an honorable man. I also knew who of his crew and of my captain's former crew I could trust to be of my own crew, and they eventually became my family. Because thanks to this pool, I left and I got a ship and a husband and a family.
F kid.
So what it showed you might be scary, might be part of Vecna's stuff, but sometimes it actually shows what could happen.
And I'm not saying it doesn't. Though, I don't know how much about the old part is going to be true. I'm going to try and keep that to a minimum. I still had my hammer on me,
And 5,000 years is, no offense, longer than your lifespan.
Mm-hmm. It's longer than my own.
So, even if Q tried to sneak it in without me hearing or some fucking bullshit like that, I'd be pretty miffed. I'd be pretty miffed at him if he did that, bastard.
I wouldn't
You
be
just hear
surprised.
Tootler. You just
Huh?
hear in the distance.
You cunt. But
It's
if
Q. He does this kind of things all the time. You should have
I'm
seen.
gonna double check him on that, because even the fate string looked different because of my lifespan. So I'm gonna, next time we see him, I'm gonna ask him about that. Though I don't know if we're ever gonna see him again.
Oh, we'll see
I'm
him
gonna see
again.
him eventually, maybe, probably.
Ever since I ran into an anomaly within the Astral Sea, I have not been able to get rid of him. Especially once we go back out into the Astral Sea. It's easier for him to, without angering anyone else, pop by for a visit. So don't be surprised if your room gets filled with stuff.
Also, I'm going to be super honest with you. We already defied the fates. I have no idea how accurate this pool is going to be. Like, in all honesty. If the strings are what they're reading, I don't know if they're going to be accurate anymore. You know?
Well,
Like I said, I think there is some truth to what they're seeing and trying to show us. It's just, I think things are going to be a little different.
I don't think the pool reads the strings of fate, but instead reads your desires and shows you the outcome of your desires and shows you
That's
the
the thing.
probability of them happening.
That's the thing. I don't want to be old. Maybe at some point in the far, far future, but certainly not now.
Do you have something that outweighs your desire to not be old?
His faith.
Well, yeah, a little bit. That. Also, you're not here.
I'm a voice in your head, dude. What do you mean?
Oh, yeah, you're my subconscious. I forgot about that. My faith, maybe, but even so.
If your faith outweighs your desire for immortality, there might be a point in your future where you would have to decide immortality or your fate. And
Then again,
perhaps it also then showed you what you chose or what you will choose.
I keep the hammer,
Yes.
which is leading me to the feeling Q fucked me over.
Well, he also does that.
He's a bastard. I'm gonna have words.
Be careful
Words.
Be careful with those words, or next thing you know, your own bed will also be heart-shaped with satin sheets.
I don't know about that. I'm suddenly scared to do words.
Yes. If Q
Um.
gets a desire to be a father again, you never know. And from my understanding, he doesn't need specific gender types to procreate. Actually,
I
he
would
doesn't
just.
really need anything.
I'm not
Also,
gonna think about that.
whatever you do, if he points and like wants to, like have his fingers touch your fingers, don't do that.
Why?
Just don't.
Okay. But, there would have to be a really, really damn good reason for me to just turn the off switch onto the hammer.
Perhaps it was within the defeat of Vecna. Or the fight
Maybe.
with him.
But this... Maybe the fight with him, yeah, no, that's probably more like it. Though, the defeat of Vecna probably wouldn't have any effect on this. And if
You
it
don't
did,
know.
it certainly wouldn't make me older.
Well,
No,
we
wait,
all were older, so it
maybe.
means the passage of time.
Too much think, not enough stink. Need to get out of the bath.
Same.
And Fukler is going to stand up with his bath cloak on and go try and retrieve his clothes and whatnot.
Right. As everybody steps out, and goes their separate ways to their respective changing areas. Fukler and Chakna, you follow each other over to the area where you left your clothing. And you see that Bayhorn's already finished up, cleaning himself off and getting into some brand new clothes as the both of you walk in with your own robes as well. And you see that your clothes are also meticulously and finely pressed and waiting for you as well.
Rad.
Well, that was an experience, wasn't it?
Yeah. Definitely.
You should ask what Bayhorn saw.
I'm sure if he wants to talk about it, he'll tell us about it, no?
When slips and falls on his face trying to leave because you rolled a natural 1.
Oh, is that him?
Damn. Crazy. I'm sure he'll tell you.
Eventually, yeah.
But anyways, now I have to ask you something, as now we're getting dressed and getting ready.
That's fair.
Are you sure you want to put that hand on?
You... Adrian, you gotta stop. Can I take a restroom break real quick?
Sure. Restroom break.
Alright, cool. I need to
Same.
use the restroom. I'll be right
Alright.
back.
Back in 5
Same.
minutes.
I gotta
Cedric?
go.
Adrian, you gotta tell me the rules.
Did Q fuck my hammer up?
No, he didn't.
He didn't?
Roll
No,
and
he
set
did
on
not.
God.
Alright, cool. I'm reading the hammer notes,
But
and there's
Adrian-
nothing about it.
But Adrian, but the bird said something else though.
The bird did say something crazy. Not gonna lie.
What do you mean by that?
The bird did say something crazy. So.
Are we not telling you about that yet?
No, remember?
Wait. Preston, what if, because you have Vecna's eye, if Vecna's getting the benefits of immortality?
I'm gonna have a stroke. I had the hammer before I had Vecna's eye.
Yeah. You were originally going to have it, but now Vecna's overriding it.
I'm gonna have a stroke, I swear to God. Cedric, what did the bird tell you? Are you never gonna ever tell me?
I'm under an NDA. I can't tell anybody.
Why are you under an
What
NDA?
are you talking
Ask
about?
God.
I just saw Windigoon tweet that Meat Canyon can't get enough of Talk Tua.
Yep, nope, I saw that.
is-
There's a video of Papa
hearing
Meat
about it,
watching.
what is that?
I can't get enough of it! I can't stop watching! God. Help
So
him.
remember the Hawk Tua girl, Cedric?
She made a podcast.
She made a podcast.
There's a Hawk Tua girl.
Oh
He
my
has-
god!
He's not online enough to know this shit. But anyway, hey
care
Cedric, what
enough.
did the bird say?
I'm under an NDA. I can't tell you.
What do you mean you're under an NDA?
God said so.
God, is he under an NDA?
He is under an NDA.
What do you mean?
if I tell you the punishment is 5 exhaustion levels?
It was
I'll
a bird,
take 'em.
man. Something
I'll
happened
take
with the
'em.
bird in him, and he rolled a
I'll
natural
take
20, and some shit's
Can't-
crazy, man.
I can't.
I'll
say.
take those 5 exhaustion levels. Tell me the deal.
Actually, Adrian, can I go back in the pool room
In the
briefly
pool.
and go try and talk to the salamander?
We haven't left the pool room yet. You guys are
left the
getting
pool room.
dressed. You fell
I already
face
got
first on the
dressed.
floor.
Yeah, can I walk back in?
He's gonna go try to speak with animals, the salamander. Are you even in your druid form right now?
No, I have to just straight roll for it.
Fuck. Kind of bullshittery is that?
Hey man, I haven't gotten a nat 20 in a little bit, so
You haven't, no.
there you go. Now that that's all done with. Question. Are we resuming?
Mm-hmm.
Have you
All right.
seen Elon Musk's new robot that's serving people beer?
Yeah, and they were controlled by actual humans, so it wasn't actually a robot doing anything, so it's fake. I don't give a shit.
Fuck.
Yeah. What? What is happening in the world?
A lot of things. Elon basically bought it. I was like, look, it's the future. We've made robots that'll serve you drinks and play charades with you. It was found out that it was actually people controlling them using, a VR headset and actual, motion capture body techniques. Look, we have a brand new cab that'll drive you. It's actually a person driving from a different location.
I mean, the motion capture techniques are pretty cool once you figure out how to integrate. Yeah.
But it's like VR chat people have already figured that out.
Alright, let's do this. What if we put in some what if we design an AI to artificially create motion capture techniques and input them into the robot based on input given from the robot?
We're either gonna go Skynet or all robots are gonna be porn dolls. That's all it is, bro.
So Skynet or Cyberpunk, pick one.
Yeah,
dying in a breath of glory or having a hot wife, count me in.
It could also go Detroit Become Human. The robots become sentient.
Oh my god. I just realized there's a strip on my finger, my middle finger, that's just like 3 shades lighter than my actual
Rip it off.
hand.
Rip it off. Rip it off right now. Tear it off.
The Caucasian is overtaking you.
No, it's because of my fucking ring.
I mean, my wrist is that. My wrist is that because of my watch. Yeah. My watch broke. Did I tell you about that?
Did it?
Your watch
Yeah.
band broke.
Yeah, my watch band actually broke.
We just got a donation of like a watch band.
Like Apple Watch?
I think so.
Shit, dude, I might take that off of you.
If it's not taken out yet, because we already put it out, so we'll see.
Fuck.
It's like buried in our electronics area.
I'll totally take that off of you. Even if it's like pink fluffy kitties or something like that, I just need to wear my watch, G.
I'll have to see if it's the right one, too.
Alright, bet. Back to D&D, though.
As everybody finishes up getting dressed, you all decide to meet back at the middle of this bath sanctuary. You still see the salamander waiting on top of its perch. You see it sleeping. It's just kind of resting its head underneath the water. As the water that passes by it releases this big old cloud of steam coming from its hot body. What do you guys do?
So y'all ready for going back to the ship for a hot minute?
Depends. Is our ship surveillanced?
No.
Then yes.
We can go back to the ship and show her around, and I can recruit Finnegan to help me out with something.
Yeah. But first, let's stop off and grab that box of yours.
Yeah.
We already got the box.
When we
We left it at home.
Oh yeah. Why'd you leave it at home?
Because
don't
we're
know. I
coming
didn't
here.
want to take it with me to bathhouse. That'd be weird. Imagine carrying a big old box to a bathhouse.
You've bag holding.
Yeah. No, that's a good point. I didn't even think of that. That's my bad. That's on me.
Damn.
That's on me. Oh well, we can go get it. It's not like we're gonna get absolutely mummified on the way there or something.
Why did you have to say that? You know who's DMing our campaign for us?
Yeah, someone that'll give you existential and psychological horror.
Beautiful. Couldn't ask for a better DM. Could not ask for a better DM.
Did not ask. Anyways, as you guys make your way back outside to the outskirts of this garden and outside the bamboo and yew wood sanctuary for this bath area, you notice that it's a little bit later in the day, probably around, I guess you would say, like around lunchtime, due to the fact that you don't really see a lot of people out and about at the moment working. You do see a few stragglers kind of walking about. They notice you and they try to avoid you. Some of them kind of just stop and stare as you walk by. But nobody decides to bother you. Fabella goes and reaches out her hand to the mirror and does that same weird shape that she drew last time. And she is able to manipulate the mirror to take you back over to the district of where she lives. As you see the district, you see all the fancy housing, the marble step walkways. She walks through the mirror, and do you all follow her suit?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You all walk in, and everything's still fine. Everything's pretty quiet so far. You guys make your way back to the gate of where she lives, and you notice that the golem is not around. Go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Golem's been taken out?
Yeah.
Where is it?
11.
As you're walking into the gate and you're walking into the garden,
Bayhorn got a 30.
Yeah, where is it?
yeah, Bayhorn, you notice that the golem has got his head stuck in between the fence line, and he's kind of like just hanging there now.
Aww.
He's a little guy.
Bayhorn will kind of slightly speed walk over and gently pull him out of the fence.
He's a little bit caught, so you have to like lift him up and kind of twist him around slightly and slowly before eventually you manage to pull him out and you free him out of his confinement.
Alright, I'll set him on the ground and give him a little pat on the head and be like, "Don't do that next time. That's dangerous."
He kind of like shivers and shakes off anything that was on him. He looks at you and he raises his hand up and he puts it back down.
Alright, go rejoin the group.
Fabella kind of looks at the golem and he's like, I feel like that thing's gonna be a little bit more trouble than it's worth.
Welcome to the bag.
You'll be alright.
I hope so. Anyways, let me unlock the door. She unlocks the door for you. She opens it up. And you see that the inside, the interior is perfectly fine. The box is still where you left it. Nothing's changed or been moved. It's like, alright, come inside.
Do we feel like we're being watched?
Roll me a perception check.
You rolled a 30.
That's true, he did roll a 30. He did roll a 30, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he did roll a 30.
He
I
did
mean,
roll a 30.
I could try for a 31.
Nah, you did roll a 30. He did roll a 30.
I knew it. Oh,
Damn it.
Bayhorn and his ludicrous perception.
Right? Fucking
Absolutely
hell.
insane perception.
Stupid.
It is stupid. I agree.
How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good.
It's good. It's
I got an
good.
AC of 21. This is good news.
You got an AC of 21. I got my intelligence of 22.
As soon as I attach the arm to me, I can take the belt of Hill Giant strength off because I'll be basically the same thing. The arm gives me a strength of 20 automatically, and the belt of Hill Giant strength makes it 21.
And
What, are you not allowed to tell us what you saw? Didn't think so.
The bird's back.
The bird's back? Really? Actually?
No.
I was about to say.
NDA.
As you guys enter inside the house, you know, everything's
Cedric's
fine.
secrets are no fun. Everything's fine? Okay.
As far as you guys
Actually, I haven't done this yet here. I'm doing Divine Sense. I want to know what's here.
Oh no!
Divine Sense?
Yeah.
Oh wait, it's not the.
I'm pretty
it's
sure
not,
I'm gonna
it's
get
not,
blinded by the
it's not
building.
the magic. I was gonna say.
But
It's detect magic would fucking blind your ass.
I'm pretty sure the building would. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna get blinded by the building because of the celestial energy from the Genesis magic in the walls.
Oh yeah, that's right. Oof. I'm sorry.
I'm doing it anyways. I want to know what's here.
You notice that instead of a blinding light of energy from the celestial like magics that are coursing through the walls, it's less of piping here and it's more of like veins or roots that have like spread across the walls.
I like that. I like that a lot. So it's more organic looking than it is like structural.
Yeah.
That's fascinating.
At least for this district.
Fascinating. I want to go to the Shadow District.
No.
Why not?
Because
you want to come with me to the Shadow District?
A little bit.
you cannot walk around without having an escort, which is Fiabella.
Oh yeah, no. Bayhorn, you can go if you change your hair color. I can't. I'm a lizard. Oh shucks.
There is nothing to
goods to trade.
There is nothing to purchase in that district.
I was told that there are goods to trade there.
There is nothing to purchase in that district.
We have never been fighting Ba Sing Se ass.
Tiananmen Square never happened.
Exactly.
Wait,
Cedric,
what did you say, Cedric? Cedric, what did you say?
Cedric, the Chinese government has the Chinese government has subtracted your race, Cedric. You are no longer Chinese.
Negative 1 million social credit.
Time to go to the social credit reform camp.
If I ever leave China, like say if I visited and I left, right? The last thing I'm going to say on Chinese soil before I enter into that airport, I'm going to proclaim and say Tiananmen Square never happened. I'm going to walk into the fucking plane.
Here's the thing, right? That plane's still on Chinese soil. You have to say it as you're entering international airspace.
Oh no, yeah. True. As you're on a Chinese plane, you gotta scream it out and say Tiananmen Square 1985, or is it 1985, or was it
1987?
1987. Tiananmen Square 1985. Tiananmen Square 1985. La 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 la. Minus social credit. Minus social credit. Minus social credit. Just go absolutely.
You'll never be able to go back there, but.
You get to get off the plane in the U.S. and clown on China, and I see that as an absolute win.
Anyways.
Alright. Let us continue.
Grab your stuff.
Grab box.
More perception. Haha.
Perception.
One. Where's the golem again? Didn't I free him? Why is
you
freed
him?
No, I'm making a joke.
Anyway.
My perception's ass, dude. I only have a +1. Need to raise that wisdom.
Imagine that being what? was me.
I'll make you unread that book. Don't test me.
Can't do
He
that.
does have
I
a
already
wish
did.
spell in his star shard.
Exactly. You can't do that. Watch me, bitch.
I wish for Bayhorn to unread that book.
Okay, then the book appears in my hands again. I can read it again.
Does
Nuh-uh.
it though?
Sacred
Does it, though?
flame. Control
No.
flames.
You could totally genie the wish for the book to just reappear as if I didn't read it.
I wish Bayhorn had never read that book and it is floating in a star in the astral sea.
Damn.
Boom. There you
So
go.
basically, how I would grant that spell. It happens. He unreads it. However, suddenly Bayhorn is now transported to an asteroid in the astral sea.
I like that. I like that idea.
He would-
Let's go cut my arm off.
Oh boy.
Oh God.
I want to go.
Kagna, to answer your question, by the way, I'm very unsure about it, but it has already put your wife's life in danger if she hasn't mentioned it to you already.
I've been told.
So I'm trying to at least get it under control. I'm already
Don't worry, buddy.
soothing one of
I'll put a
Vecna's
phaser bullet in your
artifacts.
head if it doesn't work.
Huh?
So don't worry, buddy. I'll put a phaser bullet in your head if it doesn't work.
I'll just turn into a Vecna zombie if that happens.
I'll do another double tap. It's fine.
Yeah, you have to double tap me. I have a 1-up in my hammer, idiot.
Anyway,
I-
Bella, let me show you
Bella?
around the ship.
Sure, that'd be lovely.
Are we back in the ship?
Finnegan, get out here, you fucking nerd!
We gotta go to the
I'm
ship,
gonna
silly.
I'm gonna go conduct an experiment.
Where?
Well, once we go to the ship, I will.
I bet. We're going to the ship. Do these people have a dock? Like
Yeah.
a docking bay? They do?
Mm-hmm.
Is it ever
Uh,
used?
Mm-hmm.
Weird.
Adrian, can I perceive what I perceived for earlier? In this new part?
Is it used
Uh,
often?
Not very often.
Yeah, I was about to say, a secular society on the moon, I don't think, next to a planet that hasn't developed space travel, I don't think many people are using the docking station
No,
that's
it's-
here.
It's full of stuff, but it's not being used.
I got
It's
you, I got you.
It's full. It's like a full garage of cars that you haven't driven yet.
It's being used as like extravagant storage type
For
deal.
now, it's basically prep for an invasion.
Wow, look at all the spaceships and phaser weapons. Things that would melt people on a molecular level. Reminds me of the Necrons.
Reminds me of the Necrons.
Oh.
Hey, Bayhorn. Alright.
Hi, Bayhorn.
Alright.
How are
as
you doing?
So you guys are currently making your way over to the docking area. Let's see here. Kaiosai, you don't see anything. Cooper, you don't see anything. Chakna, you don't see anything. Bayhorn did see something.
Oh, that was my
Hi,
roll from
Bayhorn.
earlier.
And
Oh, it's going. God damn it.
And no, I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna do that to you guys. Cedric.
Hello.
I'm going to say with the 31, this is more public knowledge.
Is one of them red cloak people watching us?
You do see the shimmering of a red cloak being like going in and out of invisibility, following you guys about 30 feet back.
Do I know if it's a good idea to make him realize his presence is known?
Are you asking us, or are you thinking of that?
I'm thinking it. I'm asking if I think it's a wise idea.
Up to you to decide.
Fuck it, we ball. Roll a d20, Cedric. Decide. Make the dice decide for you if you can't decide.
I bet. That to 10.
Right down the middle.
Right down the middle.
Up to you.
I'm gonna. Alright. Have a best of both worlds. I'm gonna kind of look around and then turn my head to basically exactly where he is and leave it there for a split second before kind of looking around again as if I just happened to train my eyes on that one spot. I'm gonna give him a heart attack.
Okay. You notice as you stop and immediately take a look. You see that weird shimmer stop as like you can surmise with your 31 perception that this figure has stopped looking at you. Or like stopped at its place and is now looking at you.
Is he? Can I tell if he's like mid stride?
Yeah, he was in mid stride as he stopped.
Boo. Then I'll turn away from him and I'll just keep looking around. And so I'm like, man, that's kind of weird. I thought I hurt him.
But you continue on, and within 31, I'll allow you to notice that figure continues following you up until you guys reach your ship. From there, the crowd size gets a little bit too big and too dense to the point where kind of hard to keep track on him.
Do I notice if there's any like security balls following us?
There's no security balls following you, but you do see there is 4 security guards outside your ship. They're all wearing blue or red cloaks. Funnily enough, this time is the first time you've been here that you see one red cloak that's just out and about, just standing guard. The Bella walks up over to the red cloak, and she states out loud, "My sister is allowing me to aboard her ship and a visitation trip, I guess you could say." And you see the red cloak kind of look at her, look at all of you. They don't even say a word, they just step aside and they allow you to walk up to your ship.
Yeah.
As
Alright.
we walk in and everyone like gets in and I'm gonna close the door, I'm going to ensure that the internal security systems are on.
As you actually, even before you even walk into your ship, as soon as you open your door, you notice Tiana is sitting there at the front door. Her hands are crossed, coffee mug near like a desk that she pulled out into the hallway, and she's kind of just staring at the door. And she looks at you guys.
What is she, a checkpoint?
Yeah.
She's the guard.
Sup?
Tiana,
Excellent
you're
job.
goated for watching the ship like this. You deserve extra rations for tonight.
Oh, thanks. But wait, rations? I thought we had a replicator.
We do have replicator. You're getting awesome food. What do you want for dinner?
Steak and egg might sound pretty good right now.
Steak and eggs coming up.
How's your visitation, Captain? And who's this young lass?
And this is my sister, Diabella.
Can't you tell? It's Kaiasaya's younger clone.
Ah, yeah. I'm guessing about 50 years younger due to elven years.
No, actually.
How much younger?
Less than 10.
Less than
Really?
what?
Could have fooled me.
Mm-hmm.
I
I did.
That's what being a captain is stressful, though.
No, I look older.
She's saying you look old.
No, I look older, but calm down.
All else look the same to me. Anyways, I've been here for the last 12 hours. Finnegan and I have been taking shifts as the Sully's been on the bridge.
Captain, I have a point. in the pool, I saw I had a mechanical arm. I'm putting my arm in this box.
Mm-hmm.
And I had my eye patch still in the hallucination. Or the vision. I think we've already deviated from it a little bit. Wouldn't you think?
Actually, no. If you had a mechanical arm and you're about to cut off said arm,
In a box of
perhaps,
preservation.
yeah, in the box of preservation, you might actually find that maybe Chakna, or with the help of Bayhorn, create an arm that you deem is better than your original arm.
Would it be too arrogant of me to donate this as a holy relic to the church?
Or that happens.
Hmm.
Because I wouldn't put it past you donating your arm to the church and get told as a holy relic of the one true paladin of Yatold.
You know, I like.
Do it.
Dude, Cedric, did you just say do it?
What? No, you misheard me.
Or perhaps there's another reason, which we'll get to in a little bit when you try and open that box.
Can I look in the box?
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna look in the box. Can I do an
Go ahead.
Arcana check on the box to see if it would actually preserve my arm?
Roll an Arcana check.
29.
Ooh, nice.
I almost rolled a nat 1, but it's a 29.
You can tell that it's heavily influenced by time manipulation magics inside.
Okay, so time manipulation magic. Alright, sorry, this would keep my arm the day as fresh as the day it was cut off.
Yes. It's how I have this necklace that was created here.
Exactly.
Therefore, it literally stops time, so your arm will not decay because time around the arm will stop.
But my eye was gone too.
Again, perhaps you donated your eye, or you have another
Maybe.
eye in place.
That would be something crazy.
Because I
But-
know Chakna has been working on an alternative eye replacement for you.
Adrian, I'm gonna ask you something.
Yeah, what's up?
In that hallucination vision thingy, I know I had that eye patch on, but did it
Yeah.
feel different?
You were in like a third person overlooking a story being played out. You couldn't
Okay,
exactly feel anything.
I got you. I got you.
Mhm.
So I still don't know. Oh well. YOLO, I guess. Finnegan, you fucking nerd, get out of here. Have you ever seen
call
that?
him on your comm badge?
Finnegan, Fukler says, pressing his comm badge. I have another job for you. It's similar to the last favor I asked of you.
After a moment, he kind of like speaks up. Sure. Where do you want to meet?
Probably the med bay.
Oh boy. All right. See you there.
See you there, homie, and thank you again. I don't know how to repay you for this.
You can start by stop doing these weird favors.
That's a start. Alright, see you there. And Vugler's gonna turn to Kayasaya, and Bayhorn and Chakna and say, well, I have a bit of a date with Destiny, and I have some things I need to do. If you wish to sit in and make sure I don't go absolutely bonkers crazy, that would be awesome. Except you, and he's pointing at Kayasaya's sister. I don't know if you want to be here for this.
That is true. I don't know if you would want to witness this.
It's surgery without anesthesia.
I will not. I will enjoy my time somewhere else.
Wonderful.
You'd love the holiday.
As much as I would love to be there for you, Bugler, considering it would be best that you not witness this, I will entertain my sister and leave you in the capable hands of Chaka.
I was gonna say I'm gonna ask at least for Chakna's help in this because I know I'm gonna need it at least a little bit.
Oh, play with Bubbles while you're at it, Fabella. He's great. I don't know if you've met him or not.
Yeah, no, he's in the holodeck, so you might want to turn off the immense amounts of water he's currently using. I think.
It's illusionary water.
Well, yeah, but still, he's having the time of his life in there. Alright. I'm gonna go do this. Bayhorn, you want to come with?
Would you like my assistance in this?
I would like your moral support. I'm going to be completely honest.
Alright.
Thank you. And Fugler's gonna make his way to the holodeck.
Okay.
Holodeck, you
Or
mean
not
the
the
medical
holodeck. The medical
Medical.
bay. I'm going crazy.
Make your way over to the medical bay. Who's gonna go with him and who's gonna show Fabella around?
I'm gonna show Fabella around.
All right. Uh,
Yeah.
quickly as you show Fabella over to the holodeck, she is looking around and she's kind of in awe and everything. And she's like, you know, the writings that you gave me definitely don't really put this place to justice, you know?
I'm not much of a writer. So
No.
I understand I probably didn't describe it very well.
But let's see what this holodeck can do. I'm very excited to see what's in it.
Well, what's currently in it, and I will look at the crystalline control panel.
As you look at the crystalline control panel, you can read that it says Tropical Beach Vacation Protocol activated.
Oh no.
Tropical beach protocol?
I think Bubbles is currently having the time of his life. I didn't create this illusion. Just to explain. And guys, I will open the door.
As you open up the door, immediately, like a large amount of sand comes out of the door, and you see within is like a bunch of people having like a dance party, and you see Bubbles is currently like sitting on a chair in the middle, like crowd surfing.
That shark
And you
is
hear music
Bubbles.
going on. She kind of looks over and she's like, interesting pet you have?
Bubbles is Spookler's familiar.
And he knows how to run something like a holodeck to give him a dance party.
He's
very smart.
He's a very intelligent familiar. I mean,
all right.
there are familiars out there that are highly intelligent.
Are we able to change this into a library?
Yes. Hold on a second. And Kaisai will lean in the door and say, Bubbles!
You see Bubbles kind of lift his head up, and he like gets on his hind legs and he just looks at you.
I know you've probably been playing around for the last day in here, but I'd like to take my turn for a little bit. Is that okay?
He kind of hops off his crowd surfing area and he starts to run out the door. And he gets to the front doorway and he looks at you and just goes, "Rrr." And he
Still
walks out the
refuses
door.
to speak.
Well, that's that answer. And I will change it to the library that holds all of the information that the ship has ever held.
As you dissipate the illusion in front of you, you see that all the sand, all the people, like the tropical paradise goes away and it turns into a very lovely and quiet grand library. She says, "That's better. I'd be happy to spend my time here. Are you sure you want to be here instead of with your partners downstairs.
Chakna's with him, and if anything goes awry, as I will tap on her head, on her forehead, it's still close enough to where I can be called for help.
All right. Well, let's have a chat. Let's reminisce on the things that we've missed the last 30 years. Since we have time alone now.
Yes, those two can be quite the largest of personalities in the room.
I can tell. She goes over and sits down on a nearby chair. So, what happened to the old crew, specifically? I know you said most of them didn't make it, right?
Some of them didn't, some of them did. Needle is Queen Aqua's personal chef. So he's down below cooking for Queen Aqua.
I'm glad he's doing fine.
He's got a family, a kid.
As he deserves.
Maestro is semi-working for Queen Aqua, but mostly trying to push the bounds of medical science.
As he always is. He's always been a scholar.
I had a letter from Batir stating that she is on a different realm, Exandria, with her and Kai's son.
Really? Glad that she's still around.
And I did manage to find some bodies. Hokum, Kai's, and Tukar. They're the ones who didn't make it.
I'm sorry to hear that. I have to ask you, you're not staying here, right? You're taking off again soon?
I will be taking off again soon. Not only Vukler and Bayhorn have their own things that they need to do. On top of that, there's a larger force out there that is threatening essentially everything. And well, you know me. Who am I to say no to trying to stop your evil?
That makes sense.
On top of that, we need to go back to Chakna's home, finish putting him back together. Besides, other than you, really, there's nothing really here for me. I don't fit in on Quadratum anymore. Especially,
that's true.
The Grand Luminaries would absolutely roll over in their chairs and just die of pure content if I were to permanently try and come back. I seen too much. I've experienced too many different worlds. I would question our society, and I know in their minds I would be the spark on a revolution.
That's true. I think they would definitely hound you for everything. But knowing them, they might try to play it off as some other plot to gain more knowledge and helps them.
Of course. All of it. Everything is just an excuse for knowledge according to them, and it's not. Part of it is just power.
I wish I could leave. Wish I could take my husband with me, but he's really deep into the work already. And if I would have left, it would probably shatter Mother into a million pieces. Again. Hopefully one day I'm able to leave this rock. Not for any recon or scouting missions, but actually leave.
Well, if Mother goes to Erisire first, I could try and talk to her about this.
You could, but as from what have you told me and the ramblings that she's told me and the whispers that I've been hearing, I think it's best to wait on that a little bit longer. We're elves. We have plenty of time. What's another few decades?
We may be elves, and we may live the longest out of all our species. Even then, not enough to hold off on a couple decades.
That's fair.
If you really want to leave and you want to go out and explore or go to another world, do so. Don't stand by and stand back and let the society that we have dictate what you can and can't do.
It's not that I want to go out on an adventure. It's not that I want to explore different worlds. It's just I'm tired of living under the thumb of this type of society that we have. I'm not too sure how much better it is down on Erisire, but I'd rather not, walk down the street and have to wonder if there's a red cloak behind me or not.
There is another option. It is a dangerous option, but you yourself could plant the seeds for change. Because as much as I know some of our people would very much be happy for me to go in and start this process, I can't. I may have been born here, but I will not be spending most of my life here anymore. I'm an explorer, and this isn't a world to explore for me anymore. So if I were to try and start the change and then leave, I'm no better than the gods, who would swoop in, mess around, and continue on their way without the slightest consideration of the long-term effects of that action. But if you want to stay and you hate what our society is now. You can be the start of that change because you can be here for the long terms of those effects of change. You can help make sure a change happens for the good and it stays for the good. But I will warn you, doing something like this is never easy. I've seen worlds where people have tried to change how things go, and it didn't work out in their favor. But I've also seen worlds where this change literally shifted the entire society, and it would be hard work. And it's something I know you could do.
She kind of like takes a long pause of thought. Maybe I can try something. These young ones, I've talked to a few of them during studies or out and about. They really saw you as the spark of something here. I feel like they were hoping that you would come back and start something, but it's true. You're not a revolutionary, you're an explorer.
And on top of that, I can't just start something and then leave.
I mean, you kind of did last time.
More on purpose. I can't purposefully start something. Start a revolution. You get that going and then just up and leave. Change requires a lot of focus, a lot of time, a lot of effort. And I sadly cannot be in 800 places at once.
That's fair.
But on top of all of that, you have a better voice than I do. You can put things more eloquently. You can be a voice, hopefully. On top of that, you have semi-access to some things. Knowledge is a very powerful tool. For things that everyone fears, the biggest thing that every creature, every species fears is what we don't understand. And in that area, the best defense against that fear is knowledge. When you lock away knowledge, you lock away the ability to understand. From there, you can lock away the understanding of your world around you. When we were kids in school, we were going through our schooling ourselves with our specialty ranks. How much did they talk about the origins of Quadranum other than it's from Erisire and we have to reconquer? How much did they explain what exactly happened during that calamity?
She just nods her head.
Does she know the answer to that question?
She does not respond. She kind of looks at you, and you can kind of like see into her eyes that she is currently battling something within her. Roll me an insight check.
She wants to start a revolution.
15. Can I do guidance?
Sure.
16.
It seems like she's battling with the choices that she has. It's and the question that you gave her, and if she knew the answer. You can tell by your 16 that she doesn't know the answer, but she's trying to play off a face for it.
Okay, I'll keep going then.
But it continues into where she's not trying to outwardly say it, but she just wished that you were able to take care of the problem and not have it put onto her.
Well, Kaiosai will continue on. And from that question go, recently, very recently, I got to learn a little bit about Quadranum's history and our family's history. I not only learned it, but witnessed it. We traveled through time and we watched our grandmother fight against calamity. We watched as the city was attacked, and Katerina and her group used powerful magics to send the city up as an attempt to escape the calamity. That was something we never knew. That's something I didn't know growing up, and I'm 100% sure you, I, and all the young ones born here never knew.
Huh.
And it leads to another question. Why was this hidden? Why did we not get told that the city is where it is, orbiting Erisire, because we tried to escape the calamity? There's a lot more probably very hidden that they're hiding from us. If that information gets out, people will start questioning why. Everyone knows this city has more secrets than anyone ever knows. Perhaps it's time to start asking the question, why is things hidden from us who live here? Why is it hidden from us? I know you probably would love it. I continued what I've been doing your whole life. Basically, taking care of you as if you were mine. And not my sister, but my child. But this is something I think you could do. This is something I think you would excel at. Because after watching and essentially meeting our own grandmother, I see a lot of her in you. And she was a leader. She was the protector of the city. She was the voice of reason, of law, of order, understanding. You might not be the fighting type, but you can be the leading type. But again, it's just an option. You can stay, just continue on as is. You could come with me and I can take you down to Erisire, or whenever you're ready and I'm in this region, I could come get you and take you wherever you want to go. Or perhaps you can stay here and change things to make it where you would be happy to live here. Where you don't have to feel like saying anything could get you in trouble.
Hmm. I'm going to have to give it some thought. Become a revolutionary. Sister, thank you for talking with me.
You're
It's
welcome.
been quite a while since we've had just this.
It has.
Who's that? And she like kind of looks up and past you.
I turn and look.
You see, leaning over by the doorway, sipping a cup of coffee is Q.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
And he shows up whenever I can't ask him the question. Dude, what a bastard. What a bastard.
Guys, says this out loud, by the way.
Hello, sweetheart.
What do you
It's
want?
starting.
What's starting?
And we're going to switch over to Fukler and Finnegan and Bayhorn. Fukler, you make your way down to the medical bay. And you already see Finnegan is currently there. He's already prepping up some sort of surgery table for you, and you see that he's already taken the contraption that you held the arm in, that's still covered by the cloth, and it's nearby the table as well.
Oh boy.
He looks over at you. He's like, "You sure you want to do this?"
No.
This is freaking me out, man. I mean, that thing literally like waved at me when I picked it up.
It went. Oh, this is gonna be great. I am not sure about this. People keep asking me that as if I know the answer. What do you think? Do you think I know? No! No!
I mean,
I
I
didn't
can
have a
make
seat
an
in my
educated
pants.
guess. I mean,
What is your
it is
educated guess?
it's the hand of Vecna. You already have the eye. What happens if you put one and one together? You make two. That's two evil things onto your body.
And your point.
That's fair. All right, lay down.
Yay!
Look, you're gonna have to promise me something. All right, buddy.
Alright.
And you too, Bayhorn. I see you back there.
Bayhorn's my emotional support friend right now.
You have to promise us this. If you ever go batshit, evil, insane, whatever the fuck, don't be mad at us if we have to take you down. All right?
Oh, please do.
Hey man,
don't-
you told me to. I'm doing it.
I don't want to get haunted by Spookler for the rest of my life. As much as I like you, sometimes we need a break.
No offense. No offense. I completely understand you.
But
I'm sure you've been appreciating the break you've been getting on the ship alone for the past, what, day or so?
kind of, but it's also kind of hard to take a break when we're constantly on alert when there's constantly guards looking at our ship.
That's fair. We need to get you a vacation.
Yeah, Bubbles has been taking over the holodeck all fucking day.
Well.
You know what this guy did? I don't know how he did it, but he fucking made some sort of tropical resort. It was weird.
Dude, you should have gone in there with him. You could have gotten a
I-
massage by a hot elf lady.
Look, I did go inside. I did not get a massage. I had a martini and then I left because it was my turn to take the shift.
You know, honestly, that sounds pretty relaxing. I'm gonna be so honest.
Anyways, come on, let's take off your armor, take off your shirt so we can get this done.
Okay. And Fugler's
that'll
gonna
be
take
good.
off the top armor and shirt.
As he's currently prepping all of his tools, you see him, he's kind of like stressing out a little bit, and then he continues. So, how was the inside? And he kind of like cocks his head over to the direction of the main building.
Oh yeah, no, that reminds me. And Fugler's gonna like peel his collar off and put it on the side table. It was great. It's very limiting. And also, I went into like this pool that showed me my future, but I don't think it's accurate. If it is,
Really?
well, if it is, I'm gonna go back to the goddess of fate and call her a bastard and then leave. If it's accurate. But I was shown two things. Either Vecna wins, or I lose both phylacteries, and I keep living and get to see Kaiasaya's child with Trukna.
Huh.
But I turn old. Which is weird. Don't you think?
It's a little bit weird. It's actually really weird.
Yeah, no, that's what I was saying. And it's like kind of the entire point of me getting the hammer. I wanted to be able to live long enough to experience life to the fullest. But I guess at some point I decided I had had enough. Much shorter than I'd realized, too.
I mean, if you think about it, living your life to the fullest doesn't mean living till you're dead, like 100, 200.
Yeah, that's fair.
I feel like living life to your fullest is when you succeed in your desires. I mean, shit, I've always wanted to be a teacher, have a few kids of my own.
Same here,
Maybe
man.
if that happens, I think that'll be it.
The teacher part, I don't know. You would probably make a really good teacher, I'm gonna be so honest.
Thanks.
Few kids of my own, something along those lines. Settle down with a really nice lady.
Well, then, if that's your desires, then I feel like that's your life fulfilled, right? Pyra.
I could hear Kaiasaya in the back of my mind screaming Pyra at me right now.
Are you sure
And
that's not Bayhorn? He is whispering in your ear.
Are you? Fugler turns his head.
Smack him with your snout.
Bayhorn's looking away, like whistling.
Where's Chagna? Wasn't he supposed to be here?
Yep.
He was supposed to
Chagna
be
is
here to make
there.
sure everything
He's
went
currently-
smoothly.
He's just watching all of you guys talk.
Alright. That's
He's
good.
more. You can tell at this point, even with your passive insight, which is not that high, I believe.
It's not. It's not.
Even with your passive insight, you can tell that he's currently in like serious mode. Like he is ready to jump at any moment's notice at this point.
If I wake up
Sensitive
evil,
this is happening.
I'm gonna need you to incapacitate me, big man. How's that sound?
I'll
I thought
take
we
care
were
of
killing
you.
you.
Rad. What'd you say, Bayhorn?
What?
What'd you say?
Nothing?
Oh yeah, you said killing me. No, that tracks. But
Okay, buddy.
All
We'll
right,
try our
so
best before I kill you.
Finnegan
we got
kinda
the
like,
big silver box over there. That's the box of preservation. We got the evil thing that's sitting in that cage right there. That's the arm I'm putting on me. If I have a feeling right, it should go in as easy as the eye did.
Well, the eye was pretty simple. It helped itself into your empty socket, so hopefully this arm will do the same.
I agree.
This is gonna hurt. I'll try to ease the pain as much as I can.
Bring it on!
What if we just like really fast cut his arm off? Doesn't that make it hurt a little less? Kind of, not really.
I mean, if the shock, the nervous
You'll get
system will
adrenaline.
send. It will, yeah. But anyways, can you open up that box for me so we have it ready?
He's asking you, Bayhorn.
Yeah, I open it up.
You try to open it and it's locked.
Did the lady give you a key?
Huh? No, I was able to open it earlier with just my hands. Give it here.
Alright, toss the box at him.
You big hulking box. Fukler's gonna catch it with both of his hands and try to open it.
Yeah. The last time you opened it flawlessly because you weren't thinking about it, but this time for some reason it's locked.
It's locked? Chocno, Mr. Artificer Man, can you help me with something?
Sure. What is it?
I was able to open this box earlier, and for some reason it's locking itself now.
He kind of looks over it on the side. Let me roll for him. I have his character sheet right here. Investigation.
Investigation.
I mean,
Big
I could
brain.
always lockpick it.
He kind of looks around at it, and he's like, "That's odd. It seems like it was unlocked when you opened it, but now it locked itself. Do you see this?" And he kind of like, he points over it to some of the side bits, and he's able to like press his fingers upon it, and he's able to like push and pull some bits of the side, and you hear mechanisms within the box clicking and unclicking.
Did we lock the
Eventually-
box when we closed it again?
Yeah. Eventually, he
Oh,
starts working on it, and it takes him about like 5 minutes. But eventually, all the pieces start to slide in and out precariously, not falling apart. The box is still contained, and the pieces are still inside the box. But eventually, you hear a latch open, and you're able to open it more fully.
Awesome. Is that good enough, Finnegan?
I mean, yeah, as long as it keeps your hand in place.
It should. It should. I told her specifically I was going in for a medical procedure and I'm going to have something removed, and I would like to keep it safe. So, technically, this should serve that exact purpose, no?
Hopefully.
Should, I think.
Fingers crossed! Alright, let's do this. Mayhorn, hold the box open. I don't want to unlock it again.
You didn't even unlock it the first time.
Well, yeah, no, that's fair. I don't want to have to ask Chocno to unlock it again. I feel like he's stressing out enough from this.
Alright.
Alright. Bayhorn, if I don't make it out of this alright, make sure to feed Bubbles.
Bubbles will join you in wherever you end up going, so don't
In
worry
evilness?
about it. You have a friend.
No. I get the feeling Bubbles wouldn't join me in that.
Hey man, he's your familiar.
I mean, yeah. But still, more
You would
likely
just-
he'd be sent back to the Feywild.
Yep.
So, like I said, feed Bubbles as long as he's here.
Alright.
Alright, Finnegan, you ready? Because I certainly am.
Not really, but you know what? We're here. So we have to. Alright. Everybody, let's get this started. Sorry, buddy. Then he starts to get several syringes that he has, and they're you see they're filled with all sorts of weird concoctions. You see the general one of them is like a health potion, but it's in a syringe. He has other potions that are like mixed in with the syringes. First, he injects you with the paralyzation potion straight into your arm. Eventually, after 5 minutes of it being injected, you can feel that coursing, not pain, but pure numbness that is like going from your fingertips up to your base of your left arm.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, that should be going in. He starts to rub the top, like just under where your shoulder will meet. He'll start to like rub some rubbing alcohol on that to like get a clean cut. It takes about another few minutes for that, and he starts prepping up. Alright, do you want to bite down on anything? Do you want to drink something before we start?
Shit. Actually, I do have something in mind. Bayhorn, prop up the top of the box, but can you look through my bag?
What do you want from the bag?
I want one of the orc blood wine bottles.
Oh, it's
There should be
sick.
2 in there.
He'll fish one out of his bag.
This is from your hometown, no, Finnegan?
Not
Should be.
exactly from my hometown, but
Well, that's where we procured it. And this is one of the 2 bottles Kyrian left me. I'm gonna take a couple swigs. See if it
Sounds like
does exactly what it's designed to do. And he's gonna pop the cork and take a couple swigs.
If you wish to fight the drunkenness, you can roll a Constitution saving throw. If you just want to let it take you, then you can just let it take you.
I'm gonna let the buzz roll along to make the surgery go along.
Fair enough. Just like World War I soldiers. Especially the Civil War. Damn, the Civil War was bloody.
Facts.
As he sees you take over the swig, and Bayhorn and Chakna is waiting for you, Finnegan tells you, Bayhorn, to get the cage with the arm ready to open so that you can reach in and help him apply it.
Okay.
As you take off the cloth that is covering the hand, you see the hand is currently like frozen in place with its hand like palm up. It seems like the magical barrier within this thing is keeping it nicely in place. But you see like every now and then it's like finger twitches. Finnegan's like, all right, here we go. And he takes out what seems to be... Let me grab the actual things here.
Oh, I'm gonna have extra digits on one hand. I just realized that.
Yeah, you are. That is...
Yeah, Dragonborns typically have 4 fingers, including the thumb, right? Yeah.
That is true.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I'm gonna have 5 fingers on one hand. I can finally count to 9.
Yeah.
Imagine if you gotta count to 10 and you hold up all his fingers.
I have to get to toes to do that. Alright. Let's keep going. Adrian?
Yep, I know. I'm just getting ready for this.
What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean?
As soon as you're watching over Finnegan, he starts to grab what seems to be one of his like sharper scalpels, and he starts to flay a little bit and cut the top part of where the alcohol-based skin is at. He has to dig in a little bit harder due to your scales. So you do feel the immense pressure that your scales are feeling due to the fact that he's like now starting to cut through the soft parts of your dragonborn arm. As soon as he cut and flayed enough of the skin flaps off the soft parts, he looks over at it and he's kind of like squinting his eyes, trying to make sure he can like get through to the bone. Okay, 1 second here.
You want me to just cut his arm off?
I mean, yes, but no. This has to be
Delicate.
This has to be delicate.
Gentle.
Do you really?
I
First
mean,
up, we've got shake.
it's up to you. If you want me to, I can.
It'd be fine. And as he cuts off all the skin flaps off, he eventually grabs what seems to be like a bone saw, and he starts to like dig in deeper. You're starting to feel more of that pressure. I need you to roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Alright, you know what? Bayhorn's gonna take this moment to lean over to Fugler, and he's gonna whisper to him, "If you cry, you're a bitch." Can I give him advantage on his con saving throw because I just no balls him?
That's a no balls roll. I'll give him a guidance roll for that.
Okay.
What is Bayhorn?
He's calling you a bitch if you cry.
Yeah, I said you're a bitch if you cry, and now you have guidance.
Roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Me? Okay.
Yeah.
Here goes the money. Ah! Guidance,
Guidance.
Guidance. And you
Ah!
also have your +3 to your aura, right? Or that's already on there.
That's already
That's
on
already
there.
on there.
Tragic.
So 15. All right, you save the first one. You feel that immense pain as this bone saw is starting to like saw off the top of your arm bone, and it's excruciating. Like
Bring it on!
Like you even take like one of your fingers and you start to like bite on it, almost breaking your scale skin as he's like going in back and forth, sawing it off. Eventually he starts to get to a hard point and he's like, shit. And then he has to like, you see him like brace himself and like get ready as he like starts to like grind down and push it down a little bit harder as you feel more immense pressure start to hit your bone. Roll me one more Constitution saving throw.
Constitution saving throw?
Yes.
Cedric. I have the lucky feat.
Yes,
Lucky.
you indeed do.
I had 16.
Okay. That's a fail.
Does that pass? That's
Oh,
a
it's
fail?
Lucky.
As you want to do lucky?
It's a fail?
It's a fail.
You have silvery barbs too, right? Or are you too in pain to use it?
He's too in pain to use it. This is a procedure.
I am way
not
too
battle.
in pain. I'm like,
Yeah.
huh. Alright, so
Can I just keep screaming at like a drill sergeant? to give him
24.
If you
24
make me,
with
if
lucky.
you make me good enough speeches, I'll allow guidance for him for free.
a-
But 24 is perfectly fine. You bite down deeper onto your claw finger or your index finger, and you start to see blood start to trickle down from when you're biting. And you feel like a snap and a cracking formation as you feel like a good portion of your arm bone is now just gone. And all your pain receptors in your nervous system are starting to shoot up to your brain. You're starting to get adrenaline. You're starting to breathe faster. Even the alcohol's like starting to have a little bit of a hard time to keep into you. He's like, okay, I got through some of the worst part. It's all right. And he just continues going and dragging back and forth. It takes him several minutes to finally get down to the last bits of flayed skin before eventually he gets down to the part where the bone saw won't even go through your actual dragonborn scales. And he's like, okay, Bayhorn, get over here. I need your sword.
Okay, what happened?
You see this like mess of like flayed muscle tendons, veins, blood is starting to gush out of his like arm, and you see the bones are completely gone and not separated anymore. As you see, bone fragments are just spread across the inside of his arm.
What the fuck?
You see that what's keeping his arm together is his scales, his dragonborn scales, and he needs something strong and sharp to cut it. And he points at it. He's like, "I need you to cut that off right now."
Alright, Vehorn will immediately draw his sword and just as hard as he can try and sever the rest of the arm off.
All right. It's not gonna be a lot, but roll me an attack roll.
12.
12. Okay, you needed a 10 to do this. You immediately slash down onto the flap where his skin is at, and you see that his scales just chopped off, and you see the flap start to like bend and break through your sword, and it eventually separates. Fukler, as your arm is now fully severed, I need you to roll me one more saving throw.
What saving throw?
Constitution.
Baba Booey. 18.
18. You do not go under cardiac arrest as you are able to manage to suffer through the pain.
Cardiac arrest is fucking wild. I would have more expected a brain hemorrhage or something like that. Like, Jesus Christ,
Well, I mean,
dude.
it's your body trying to push blood to your arm because it's being cut off.
I mean, that's fair.
We should have put a fucking tourniquet on him.
Yeah, now you see Finnegan is now starting to quickly grab like cloth leathering and starting to like make a tourniquet on the top of his arm now that he fully has the arm cut off, and he's able to like cast like water magics. He's siphoning blood off of like the table and the arm stump. As he's siphoning the water, he's taking it to a bucket, throwing in the bucket, casting more create water, taking it, siphoning more blood out, taking it back into the bucket. He does that for several minutes as he's trying to clean off and make sure this area is sterile. Eventually, he stops bleeding with a soft tourniquet onto his arm, and all the water and blood being pulled out. You see, Fukler is starting to turn more whiter than he already is at this loss of blood. And Finnegan tells you, Bayhorn, he's like, inject him with that red syringe right there onto his other arm. And as he's still working on this process.
Right, Bayhorn will grab it, rush over to the other arm, and stab him and inject it.
As you stab and inject, you realize that it's a potion. It's a health potion, a greater. As it's being injected into Fukler's arm, Fukler, you start to feel like a sense of like surge of like healing energy start to feel your left side now. As he is now reaching and opening this gilded cage. As soon as he opens the gilded cage, you see that the arm starts to like stretch its fingers out, and Finnegan just grabs the arm, and you see the arm is starting to like resist his grab. So let me roll for Finnegan.
He gripping it.
Gripping it.
Gorilla grip.
All right, Finnegan passes. The arm fails because it's just an arm. He's like, okay, I got this. Are you ready?
No.
He starts
Do
to
it.
put the arm next to you, and he starts to put in stitch work, some of his best stitch work that he's able to pull off that he's learned from the doctor, and he's starting to like entangle it into your arm. Before he's even a quarter way through, you, Fukler, start to feel like a weird like you feel your skin flaps are starting to fuse automatically with the arm itself as the arm is starting to like take you as a new host at this point.
That feels weird. That feels really weird.
And eventually you feel like your blood, even through the tourniquet, is now being forced out through the tourniquet to pump blood into this arm. As on your left side arm, like, you feel that phantom pain, but you're starting to, like, wiggle through, and Bayhorn, you're starting to see that the arm is starting to wiggle its fingers.
Weird.
Eventually he starts to finish up the stitch working. After he finishes the stitch working, he puts alcohol over your arm, and he starts to like cast more water magic to start cleaning it. It hurts, but he's already gone through the majority of the process to make sure like that whatever paralyzation potion is still left, it doesn't hurt as bad as cutting your arm off. but eventually he manages to get to the final stitch work, and he cuts it off with some scissors. And he looks over at the work that he's done. You see he's completely sweating out of his mind because he's never done an arm operation before. But he's been rolling pretty well on the medicine checks. And he looks over at you. He looks over at Bayhorn. He starts breathing a little bit heavier. How do you feel?
Me? I'm great.
Swear to God,
Oh
if
my
you get
God.
overtaken by Vecna, you will be forever known as a bitch while I put you down. I've known children with more willpower than you.
Fugler's gonna wiggle his fingers. Can he move all of them individually?
You feel all your fingers start to move, even the fifth one that you never knew you had before.
Wonderful.
You reach your arm out and you look at your palm, which is Vecna's hand. As you see, like, it's now, at this point, like, you feel like you're in control of it. It feels like it's at home.
I don't like that.
Like, this arm feels like it's been your arm all along. Like, you never
Mm,
changed.
I don't like that. Fugler is going to take his new phalanges and say, "Hey, I think it's working right," and flip Bayhorn off.
As you flip Bayhorn off, I need you to roll me a charisma saving throw.
I gave him an insult. Do I give him guidance?
It's 26.
26.
Charisma saving throw? Do I convince the hand to listen to me?
You feel something dark start to tickle the way into your mind.
I don't like that. That doesn't...
You already see in the back corner where Chakna is sitting, he already has his rifle out. He's waiting.
What's up, Chakna man?
I'm just keeping an eye on you.
Yeah, no, it's already trying to tickle my brain folds, and I don't like it. But so far, where's something wooden? Bayhorn, bring the top of your head over here.
What?
Bring the top of your head over here. Come here.
Okay.
Fugler is going to take his good arm and knock on Bayhorn's head and say, "Knock on wood.
Oh, you motherfucker. He's fine.
It's all okay."
He's fine.
As you start to
You mother-
chuckle and you start to sit
He's gonna-
up, you feel that
he's gonna
rush of
smack him on the
adrenaline
shoulder.
go in you.
He's gonna smack him on the shoulder. He's fucking fine.
Suddenly, Fugler, as you sit up,
Oh God. Oh shit. Oh no. Oh no.
you feel the combination of Vecna's hand and his eye being placed together within your body.
No.
Even without the hour, you suddenly and immediately your body attunes to both items at once. So now, what I'm going to do,
You gonna add it to my inventory?
and add it to your inventory.
Oh boy.
You
Can I
now
finally take Belt of Hill Giant strength off?
currently possess both the eye and the hand of Vecna.
Oh God.
It is currently on your body in possession.
This
You
is
feel
probably
this.
a really bad idea.
You sit up. You look at your friends as Bayhorn is laughing and chuckling at your joke. Finnegan is over there wiping his brow, and you know Chakna's behind you with a gun ready to take action at any moment's notice, as a good commander would. The shadows start to creep a little bit closer. You feel it, don't you?
I'm gonna need you to shut the fuck up. Oh God, I knew it. Yeah, I can hear you. And I can feel it.
The shadows twisting your mind and heart into something unrecognizable. The curse will dig deep. Each passing moment. Your body will move, not by choice, but my command.
The hell it will. I am the true paladin of Yatolt. Sworn to her only. I will use these items against you. I'll make sure of it.
I'm happy to have you back. As. You suddenly flash back over into existence, and you see your friends are still there, laughing, sweating, watching you, as you are now attuning to your new harm in your hand. You feel this surge of powerful necrotic energy start to flow through your body. It feels good. What do you do, Fugler?
Fuck.
Jesus Christ.
I'm not gonna tell him, Adrian. Ugh.
You can if you want. It's more of just for flavor and fun on my side.
Cedric. Cedric, Adrian just sent me a DM.
Oh. Do I get
Cedric,
to get DM to the DM?
Adrian, can I tell them?
That is up to you. I'm not going to say anything.
Alright.
Let's see. Oh my god. Stop adding me.
As you are starting to
Oh,
recollect yourself
no.
and you look around, you breathe in a sigh of relief. And suddenly you feel some sense of teleportation energy happen around you. And not just Kayasaya and her sister, but also Isolde and Tiana show up with Q in tow, as Q is currently pointing a beam of energy at you.
Uh-oh. Oh, no.
Is it a beam of like bad energy or is it a beam of good energy?
Well, now that you have accumulated and been associated with Genesis magic so long, you see in his hand is a ball of pure Genesis energy ready to shoot.
You?
Do it. Do it.
We
Do it.
are
Do it. Do
we
it.
are
Do it.
not
Do it.
the
Do it. Do it. Do it. Do
we
it.
are
Do
not
it.
the
Do it.
bad guys, Q. Why are you doing this?
You're not the bad guys here. But he, now that he has both the eye and the hand, things have changed.
Do it. Get the
That's his
sword. Do it.
quest.
Get the sword.
What
Do it.
what has changed?
Take a look.
Get the sword.
You don't have a mirror, Fugler. However, everyone else can see now that the arm has been placed onto you. You see, upon your body, immediately around your eye and around the stump where your arm was reconnected, you see your body starting to rot.
Ah, jeez.
Maybe we should have asked for a preservation box that was Dragonborn sized instead, guys.
Hmm.
You
Hmm.
an explanation?
He decided to do it. He was
Yeah, but
actually
his-
dumb enough to put it both on.
I believe you told him to?
Fuck.
Are you sure it was you told?
Fuck. I was stupid enough.
And besides, Captain, I thought you didn't believe in the gods.
Q, you should know this. I don't believe in the gods like most people. I don't worship them. I know they exist. I've talked to several of them. But I view them more as like us, but more advanced in knowledge and power. Gods can die. Gods can change.
Hit the fucking sword!
What sword?
I literally told all four of you.
The sword of Kaz?
Yes, dumbass.
We're not 100% sure where its exact location is. All we know it's in north, but there's something deadly about that considering you've told Strixhaven, in a way, that we want to go there. Hence why we're here.
Yeah, we low-key. um,
You know, there's another option.
His faith will guide. Well, his faith will guide him. It's fine.
You know, there's an option. We could just cut the arm off and put your old arm back on.
You think he has? You think he has the cognition to survive another surgery like that?
I actually don't know how many hit points I have off from that surgery.
I think because you didn't really fail anything, you didn't lose anything.
Oh no, he
Either way,
lost though.
Oh, never
But
mind.
I have it in the back. It's not health. It's more of will to live type of things that I have in the background.
Uh-oh. Um. Uh-oh.
Oh God.
Nuclear, I highly, highly appreciate and I admire your gumption in this situation. However, fusing both the eye and the hand together, probably one of the worst things you could have done.
Probably.
But, and then he lowers his arm down and the beam of magic goes away. It is in not my place to stop you now. I already fucking tempted fate once. If I did it again, I probably won't be able to see you all again.
speaking of fate, fate herself told the three of us to get rid of Vecna.
This is how to get rid of him.
You have
Are you
all three of them
sure?
in one place.
We literally have three of his phylacteries right in front of
And
us right now.
how many more do you think he has?
A lot.
Again, if these so-called gods would like to step in and assist us in getting rid of their problem, that would be nice.
I'm
Because
gonna be
right
honest.
now, we're grasping at straws.
Yeah, Q, you're like the only one that's helped us so far, like openly.
Just
And
helped
look where
us
that got
at
me.
all.
You are. Hypothetically, you are.
Yes, the others who are asking us to do their bidding doesn't want to give us the tools to do so. You help us just a little bit and they punish you. Do they not
Second
want Vecna
greatest
gone?
God award.
Surprisingly, some of them do and some of them don't.
That is so fucking weird. Oh God.
Vecna, for all bad as he is, does fill in a power vacuum.
What power vacuum?
That's probably classified.
I don't care. If we're doing
He
the
is known
bidding
as
of Fates herself, we need information, we need knowledge, and we need help.
he's known as the Whispered One. He's that evil power in the shadows. The boogeyman that we tell children stories about. If he were just to disappear, that would be a massive power vacuum that it could take over.
The architect.
Is Spookler right? Is it the architect that could take over? Because as far as I'm aware, that's a completely different side note.
No. Not the architect in particular.
Is it the thing that we fought that one? Oh wait, hang on a second.
I'm gonna be so honest, guys. I am really scared of turning in my character sheet right now.
Don't
We'll
worry,
figure it out.
buddy. If I notice you acting weird, I'm cutting your arm off.
Mm.
I'm pulling out all the stops, man. If I have to do enough damage to you, I'm pulling out the damage cards.
At this point in time, now that the surgery's been finished, that man right there, he's going to be slowly corrupted day by day.
Yep.
I know he's Starwalt, and I know his faith in his goddess is strong. However, even the strongest of men break down.
Yep.
Well, you got any, like, divine protection for him?
Nope. Time limit.
Not unless you want him to be depowered for a while.
What do you mean by that?
He can be a vessel for the hand and the eye, but if I were to stave off its corruption, he wouldn't be able to use them.
So I'd be blind in one eye and crippled on one arm.
Yep.
And you'd be significantly weaker for it, in combat and in your day-to-day activities.
So the options I can see in front of us is we remove that arm, put your old one back on, or Chakna builds you an arm.
Problem is, you can't remove the arm of Vecna so easily.
Oh.
You need the sword for it.
Hold on. What do you mean we need the sword? We just removed this from someone else.
We
It's how
killed
the-
that
No,
someone
we
else,
killed
and
that
it
someone
fell
else.
off.
We didn't cut it off his live body.
The demigoddess of basically hell and dragons was like, nope, my champion, my rules, and brought him back down to hell.
No.
I'm
We
not
then-
champion. I'm only paladin. I
We
don't
then-
get fun rules.
No. We then kill you.
Huh?
Take the arm off, because the arm should immediately fall off as soon as you cease life, correct? You?
It's a possibility. Even I don't know that.
In theory,
I mean, I got
from
this
what-
funny thing from I got this funny crystal. I know Wish probably doesn't have a really good chance of getting rid of them. They'll probably just reappear somewhere else in the galaxy, but
What?
Here.
Why not wish for these items to not corrupt you?
Wait! I have an idea. Bayhorn, before I go crazy, take this crystal
Okay.
and wish for the Sword of Cause to be right here.
There you go.
Oh. He's gonna stare at Q and be like,
Adrian
Yes?
is going to be so fucking mad
Is-
if this works.
Q, is this allowed? Can we wish the thing we need to come to the ship and in our hands, no, like scot-free?
They're not involved. This is direct magic. This is not a god intervention, so
Yeah, but he He knows about
is-
genie stuff though.
This is pure direct magic. I'd implore you to wish very carefully.
He's probably thought of this. Adrian's probably thought of this. Oh.
So we first things first, as a group, need to work on the wording before you use that item, Bayhorn. So what we
Wait, why do I
need
have to
gets
use
here.
it?
If you don't want to use it, I'll use it.
I look, you don't want to use it.
I'll do it.
Hold on. 1 second. If documents are correct, don't I also get a wish?
You get a wish from the combination of the hand and the eye.
Mm-hmm.
However, every time you
can
use a
only-
wish, not only does it fuck you up for several days, if you can't use it again until 30 days have passed. And on top of that, you have to roll me a percentile die, and if you roll under a 33, you can't even cast it to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
Or ever again. So
I'm going to be so real, I was just gonna wish for popcorn so that Vecna couldn't be like, "Ah, no.
Anyway, how should we word this so that we get the sword with nothing else coming with it, and the sword works, and it's the actual sword, and there's no consequences that we have to deal with here?
I wish the Sword of Kaz, the one he used to slay and cut off Vecna's eye and hand in the first place, would appear right in front of us without any hindrances or other people that are attached to it. And Vecna is not involved in this wish whatsoever.
Isaiah looks at you.
seems ironclad to me. Just be careful.
Hold on, pause. Adrian. Did you see this coming?
Huh?
Did you
Yeah.
see this coming? You did?
Yeah.
I was scared you had an entire campaign that we're kind of skipping over.
No. This is definitely a road.
Okay, as long as we're not like skipping over an entire campaign full of story and like happiness and stuff,
You've already
I'm
done
cool
that.
with it.
I mean, you've done that already for
Oh,
several
fuck.
things. So
I mean, yeah, but like, come on, man.
What if that crab that Tyrion blew up was actually like the monarch for all crabmen? And now they're inciting like war against
that
all
poor
of
crab.
like non-crab people.
Royal Emperor Crab.
Nah, bro, that kobold is still wondering where her crab went.
Oh,
Oh. I.
I mean, why wish for the Sword of Kaz when you could just wish for Thistleweed to die?
shit, that's true. Give me the crystal. No. I need him to die by my own hand. I want to watch the life.
I need to
I wanna
watch him
watch
as
the
I
life-
choke the life out of his eyes.
I wanna watch the
Masculine
light
urge to
fade
bleed
from
out
his
in the
eyes.
snowy Providence.
Oh my god, dude. Okay, you're not telling me, so I'm guessing there is an entire campaign.
No, there definitely is. We could
Oh,
totally
I know.
do it right now, but I'd rather you not get corrupted halfway through, and we have to find a way to restrain you.
Mm-hmm.
That's all the
That's
fun.
also true.
Well,
Adrian.
I'd like to not have to deal with the paladin who has a 1-up and multiple tremor waves to boot, along with a what was it again? A 32 D8 cosmic smite.
If I crit, yeah.
That, and we don't want you to lose this said character.
He's
Yeah, that
precious
too.
boy. He's precious boy.
What
So-
about Roshi?
Okay.
Rochi is precious man.
Since we got the wording and Q approved,
But yeah, no,
I'll
if
hold out
Vecna
my
decides to take over my mind right now, he could wish, nuh-uh.
I'll hold my hand out for the crystal for Bayhorn.
He will readily give it away.
Bayhorn, you should pull a card of many things.
Oh, you're right.
No,
Right now.
no,
You're,
no.
Kai, as you grip onto this star shard, It's very delicate. You feel it pulsating this raw Genesis energy into your hand.
Alright, will it work?
You can cast Time Stop.
What does
You can
Vortecheron
cast
think?
Wish. It's extremely powerful magic here that as soon as you cast Wish, you know it's just going to disappear.
I traded a lot for that. We gonna need to steal the shard back.
Am I get to pickpocket you the second I give it to you? Is that how we're gonna do this?
Anyway, no, Bayhorn, stand at the ready, because Vecna controls those items, most likely.
Oh man.
What? No.
Ahorn draws his katana and be like,
Remember
"Hey
when
man,
we
you better
fought him
resist
and
the
it was
fuck out
just
of
the
this.
hand and he was asleep?
You better resist the hell out of whatever temptations they're doing on you while we do this, Fukler."
Yeah.
And he.
Adrian,
not
do
only
I
that-
audibly hear like whispers of the darkness in my
You
ears?
do. You do start to feel like little whispers and tingles.
I don't hear anything.
Chakna, restrain him.
Yes, Captain.
Oh God.
Will do.
Jeez.
He immediately takes the anti-magic collar and just immediately grips your two arms, puts them behind you, and just slaps the collar on you like an oversized handcuff.
You know that works too.
And then he starts to tie you down with rope.
But that's. I'm gonna be completely honest. If you're gonna do this to me, put me in the holodeck where I can't hear you.
Not that. Hold on, we're not done yet.
You have
Okay.
clairvoyance, so you can hear us anyway, or at least see us.
Alright, then put me in one of them anti-magic jail cells.
We're not in Bradford anymore. We get kicked out.
Oh.
Well, we have to go back soon, though. But in the meantime, Finnegan.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Fukler. Muzzle him.
Oh.
Sorry. He starts to
It is what
muzzle
it
you.
is.
This is very inhumane when you do so, but we have to do this.
I don't want Vecna to try and gain control and use Wish to counteract my
Chakna.
wish.
Fugler's gonna cast message and to Kaiosai and say,
You can't.
I want either Chakna or Bay. Oh yeah, well yeah.
You're
I was gonna
anti-magic.
say I want either Chakna or
You
Bayhorn
go
to
grab
rock
his
paper
hammer.
scissors over stabbing me.
Oh no,
Can you
Bayhorn's
grab
got
his
it.
hammer? Because you're the only one other than him that can lift it.
Rockman goes over to the hammer and he lifts it up.
Bayhorn will disarm him, hopefully temporarily, of his other weapon.
Okay.
And
Okay.
he's gonna grumble. I don't like how this is feeling. And
I don't
as
like
he
it
draws
either.
his sword again.
I don't like this either, but dealing with Vecna, which is something that I don't think any of us have 100% understanding of what this is.
I just wanted to do my thing too.
I know. Q, before I say those words, was Fukler's statement gonna help get us what we need without
It better not
shit
help. It
gonna
better
happen?
get us what we need.
Yeah. Is it gonna work?
I believe if as long as you word it correctly, it should work.
How Fukler worded it, will it work?
Most likely. I
Most
don't see why it wouldn't.
Okay. I will hold the shard in my hand, grip it nice and tight, and use it to cast Wish, and I will say exactly what Fukler said, word by
Alright,
word.
say it out loud. I need you to
Shit.
say it.
Preston,
Right
message
now.
me it.
No, you have to say it right now.
I just think of every single possibility that could go wrong and say I wish against all that. Make sure, okay, I'm gonna give you hints. Make sure it's the actual sword. The one Kaz used.
The true
Make
sword
sure
of Kaz.
Make sure it's nobody is coming along with it. Make sure Vecna can't do anything about what you're doing. Make sure it actually appears and it's not a replica. Like, all four of those things. Those are important. So just say, like,
gripping the sword, she'll go, I wish for the true sword of Kaz, the real one, not the replica, to replace the shard that will shatter in my hand.
Oh, okay.
For nothing to happen while it comes here. No person, no objects other than the
Wait, I
sword
can't
that
do that,
is
Adrian.
true.
You can.
No, I can't. I have the anti-magic collar on me.
So the
I'm
eye
trying to
isn't
speak.
affected by anti-magic.
Okay, I cast disintegrate on Kaiosaya.
What?
No.
Speaking.
Wait, why did Vecna take over and cast Disintegrate?
Yes.
Yes, a little
Do I
bit.
see this? Do I see this happening?
You see the eye start to glow as it's gonna it's prepping the necrotic greenish hell energy.
I told you to put me in a different room. I told you.
Oh god. Okay, remind me
Kaiosaya,
again how Disintegration
as
works.
I'm
disintegration is a
literally
Real fast.
line beam.
Real
speaking.
fast.
It's a line beam that happens instantaneously, and if Kaiosaya takes the full brunt of it, if her hit points go to 0, she disintegrates.
How much
Oh
damage can it do?
no. Oh
It
no.
can
It can one shot me.
plus
it
40.
could one it could one
How much
shot
is it? 10d6 up
10d6
to 100.
plus 40.
up to
Up
100.
to 100. And
It
is there
can
a
one
save
shot
for it?
me.
Is there a save for it?
There is a dex save for it.
Dex save
I'm
of
gonna
18.
launch myself I'm gonna launch myself in front of her.
Okay, since you're launching yourself in front of her and you're taking the brunt, I need you to roll me dexterity saving throw at disadvantage.
Oh really? Really?
Oh
Yes.
god,
You're
Adrian,
No.
trying to
No.
take the hit.
Don't do
You're
that.
trying
Don't
to
do
take
that.
the hit. Like
Don't
you're
do
not
that.
trying to jump in front and then dodge. It's still gonna hit her.
You're
trying to take
taking the hit. You're trying to
So-
take the hit. It's pointless. Don't do that.
Wait.
15 does not save.
No,
It
doesn't
won't
save.
I'm right
save.
next to you. I'm right next to you.
No, you're in front of Fookler. You're next to Fookler with the sword out.
Yeah, with his aura.
His magic aura is gone
No.
because of the handcuffs.
Wait, hold on.
As I said, don't do this.
Okay.
No, it's happening right now. You have to do it right
Fuck.
now. So Bayhorn, do you take it? Nice.
It's 69 damage.
Nice. Yeah.
Then yes, because guess what? I have that anyway. Fuck you.
Kaiosai, as you are speaking, you see Bayhorn immediately in a flash just jump in front of where your direction's at and take a full beam of necrotic energy.
Okay,
Fookler
can
is
I
Continue on
distraught.
with your speed. Continue. You can continue.
Okay,
Fookler is
I was,
distraught, closing his eyes and gripping his fists.
I don't even remember where I left off. So
Uh-oh.
I was saying, I wish for the sword of Kaz, the true sword, no fake,
You
alternative.
Continue. Yep.
With no one appearing with other than the sword itself, no persons here, no consequences to happen upon our ship and the people of Erisire and people of Quadridum. No Vecna interference on the summoning of the sword, and the sword is here to help us stop Vecna himself, and it is the true sword.
So he interrupted you, and I made sure he interrupted you in the no persons allegory. So you continue, and you cast Wish.
Yes.
Suddenly, you see the star shard crack and crumble into your hands, and you see a burst of pure star and molecular energy just overwhelm the ship, or in the room inside the ship. Suddenly, you feel like a large, pulsating, wave as suddenly something teleports within the room as all of these,
I summoned it. I remember. I said
all
for
the
it to
lights-
replace the shard that will shatter.
Yeah. As you replace the shard that will shatter, you see the lights in the room flicker off completely. You are now complete darkness, and you feel something cold in your hands, and you feel like you have the sword.
Who are you? Where am I?
Felinor.
Whoa! Wait a minute!
Felinor, you are suddenly transported from your
Huh?
hut in the mountains north of Erisire and you're holding the sword in your hand because you just found it out in the wilderness like 5 days ago, and you're like, yeah, it's pretty neat, and you took it back home.
This funny sword talks to my brain.
And now you're kind of just looking around, and you see a bunch of people that you've never met before, and you see a
Oh, no, we've met
red-headed
him.
young woman.
We've met him,
Yeah,
remember?
they actually have met us.
Where have I seen you
No.
before?
I'm gonna mention it. He lost a bit of a mismemory.
Oh.
And he
Who
kind
are
of
you
looks at
people?
all of you, and he's like,
Hmm.
he's pretty old, deprecated, but you see that he has like a mix of crystal in his skin. Like,
Who are you people?
overwhelmingly
Old
in
man
his skin.
Roshi.
Well, I look like
Who are you, boy, and why do you say
Katrina and I
me?
look very similar.
Oh, you don't
Katrina?
remember. It's been a...
Is that you?
Katrina.
Oh,
And
man.
Felinor, you're looking over this like crew, and you're just like,
Your latest TV
who are these people?
Who? Katrina, is it? Where have you been?
Eleanor.
Matter. I was cooking dinner at home. Let's go back. I'm hungry.
I'm sorry,
Starving
but
even.
you're not on Erisire anymore.
What? Where am I?
You're on Quadradum. What
What?
became of Brodum.
I know what the hell it is. Why am I at it?
The bigger question is what are you doing with the Sword of Kaz?
I don't know. I found it on some dead guy.
That is true, actually. You did find out some dead guy.
I found he looked like he was slaughtered by a bunch of bandits, and this sword isn't much to look at when it's wrapped up like this. Well, I found it wrapped up. I guess they didn't think it was of any value. God.
Kaisai looks over at
Doing
Q.
here, though.
Oh no, Kaisai looks over at Q's like, I thought I worded it so no one would come with. What went
Does
wrong?
Felnor have a sense of what magic is happening in the room?
He does. It is very intense.
What
Q
the fuck are you doing here?
Q continues and says, you mentioned no person. Based off what he is not considered a person anymore.
Bitch. How dare you?
He is a half-fusion, crystalline and man. No offense,
I'm still as spry as ever, you cocksucker.
You are well over 1,000 years old. You know that, right?
And I could still beat the shit out of any modern day young bootstrapper. Have at thee.
No.
He's raising his fists up in the air, holding the sword in one hand.
Kaisai
Oh,
holds her
my
hand
back.
up in a very like, please don't do anything. It's okay. Like you would with a dog. You're like, it's okay, boy, kind of stuff.
Don't treat me like a boy. I have magic items that you haven't even thought of existing.
Well,
This is also true.
Felinor, we've already met. I mean, I witnessed
When?
your abilities. We've met during the calamity when Waterdome was basically attacked.
Remember
Young
that time
lady.
when you fought that one avatar of the architect, and then you
Yeah,
got
it's all
absolutely obliterated?
It's all a bit fuzzy. I'm gonna be honest.
You remember?
Well-
Remember like 3 or 4 random people that popped out and then helped you? We are those 3 or 4 people.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah.
The one with blue hair was taller than you.
Okay, maybe your memory is a little fuzzy, or it was because of the.
I
hype
certainly
in
remember that
room.
chap over there, and he points to Fukler. I couldn't forget a white dragonborn in all my years. They don't come around very often.
It also doesn't help that he hit his head on the way down at terminal velocity.
That's true. That's
However, you're definitely Katrina. How'd you get uncrystalled? Tell me your secrets.
I'm not Katerina. I'm her granddaughter.
Oh.
You've been away for a long time.
I guess I have.
You said she was crystallized?
Not important. What am I doing here?
I summoned
Um,
the sword.
You mean the thing? This?
Yes.
Hmm.
are they just holding hands because of how
Yeah, they're
Kai's
still
worded
holding
Yeah.
it?
Yeah. We're holding
Yeah.
hands.
I'm holding the hilt. She's holding the blade.
Yeah.
No, y'all are literally holding hands on.
Missy, you're pretty and all, but you're not exactly my type, so if you could let go of my hand, that would be wonderful.
I say I let it go, but as she let go, she goes, you're also not my type. I'm married.
Well, you're missing out.
I no.
That Dragonborn over there seems to be in a lot of fluctuation currently. Best put.
Yeah, we need the sword to help fix this.
What with the sword? I haven't been able to exactly study it since it's one of the newer items that have come into my possession. What is it?
The sword is
Yes,
the sword of Kaz.
it's the fucking what? He looks at the sword. The huh?
And we're gonna call it there.
Oh, you motherfucker!
Oh, god damn it. God
You
damn it.
motherfucker!
The boy is back!
The
Praise
boy
be! He's back!
He's back for a limited time, so enjoy him.
Limited time only. I'm gonna be so real. I'm glad he's back, even if for only a limited time. And that's where we're ending today.
Yep,
Damn it.
Okay.
because you guys gotta go to the party,
Fuck.
and I'm getting hungry.
It's also true.
Well, that was a very fun adventure.
Hoogler is currently being mind controlled a little bit.
Yep.
Felinor's
Like-
back.
Like,
So
tank the
at the
shit out of
current
it.
moment, Preston, you are no longer able to play Fugler. You are now playing Felinor.
Okay. As long as this is a temporary measure,
This
I'm
is
okay
temporary.
with it.
Well, it could be permanent depending on your next few choices. But
What do you mean by that?
No!
I'm just saying, if as long as you make your choices correctly, you'll be fine. But if you ever make a misstep, I'm gonna have you say goodbye to Fugler.
Oh fuck.
I got something cooking.
I don't like you cooking.
And I just wanted to see if Rowan would eat the cloak. I gotta wait till next week.
Sorry, a lot of things happened this week, and we're short on time.
I'm gonna go get ready to go to Zach's place.
Okay, we could always play tomorrow for a little bit.
Yeah, I'm off Monday. It's a federal holiday.
It's a federal holiday on Monday?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Wait,
I gotta
check if you
check
guys
to
have
see if
school.
What
Alright,
holiday
so-
is it on Monday?
Columbus Day's
and
and Indigenous people.
Indigenous People Day.
Indigenous.
Alright, so
It's Adrian's Day.
Yeah. My people got raped and pillaged. Woo!
Womp womp.
that's so wild. That is incredibly wild.
So tragic.
I don't think I have off on work on Monday.
You probably have off on school though, no?
I don't have school on Monday.
Oh, so another holiday that happens to be
Does
on a day that
nothing.
you're for school and does nothing.
It does nothing. for me.
Tragic.
I do have school on Monday, which is
Oh.
absolutely tragic. You can
That's
fill in for
tragic.
Felinor while I'm gone.
But tomorrow,
Tomorrow we could play on. We could, if you guys wanted to play a shorter session.
Yeah.
Just let me know how you guys feel in the morning. Just message me and be like, "Yo, you down?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure."
Alrighty.
But anyways, thank you guys for playing. That was really fun. Enjoy the party. Tell Zach I said happy birthday.
I got you. I
Indeed.
got you.
But yeah, we'll figure out what's gonna happen next time.
Oh God.
And I
I
gotta
don't
go
wanna, like-
shopping too.
Yeah, that's why I stopped early, so because I knew you had to go shopping.
Ah, darn it.
how sad. You have to go do that. You have to go adultish.
Go do your shopping and go to the party. Have
Have
fun,
fun.
Buy
guys.
some cheese.
I
Deuces, homies.
Deuces.
Bye.